for now. I would say let's just start this initial intro. I'm going to be away for just a second. This is not going to be a speedrun, but I would very much like to know how long this entire endeavor is going to take. So, be right back. Also good evening, Chrysanthemis, Rayquaza, they are to be. Yagabot, hi, Chrysanthemis, again, Kandarumia, Xdef, Solimuse, Jintatsu, and there we go. You're quite good, nice. Alright, I have returned. So for anyone who does not know Final Fantasy V, the plot is not that difficult to understand. The short version is... wasn't my... oh, never mind. The short version is... there are crystals in the world that are currently being drained of energy, or, well, people are using their energy, and they are going to be threatening to get destroyed, and imbalance will be rampant all along the world, because suddenly the reason why they get destroyed is because they are imprisoning the Dark Mage Xdef. Xdef will be set free and havoc will reign in the world until you defeat him. That's the short version. Wait, you speak non-Swiss German in schools? Well, yeah, I mean, you speak by default German. Or more specifically, kids will always just speak Swiss German among them, but I think the official teaching language is now actual German, not just Swiss German, to keep it more in line with the written language. Since we don't actually write in Swiss German outside of, let's say, just casual conversations. And even then, personally, I don't actually like writing in Swiss German, since Swiss German has so many dialects that some of them are actually really difficult to understand depending on which corner of Switzerland they are coming from. So the united just written language is just straight up German, which is really easy to understand and write because you learn that from very, very small. Your TV shows for the most part are just straight up German and not in any dialect of Swiss German. Hey. And thank you for the host, Jintatsu. English in 7th grade? Yes. At least that was when I was in school. That was quite a while ago. They may have made it mandatory to take English earlier, which would make sense. But basically 7th through 9th grade is mandatory school classes, and you also learn English through them. So standard you still can speak. So standard German you still can speak, or only Swiss? You can also speak German. Normal German, as in, we call it High German to make a more direct translation. Or we also call it, wow, that's loud. We call it literally High German or written German around here when we refer to German. Otherwise, German is just for us Swiss German most of the time anyways. So we have her hero here, But is just a standard name. So what is a good name for our white mage? Does anyone have any specific white mage or healer class that they like from a game that they would like to have this character named after? I'm currently kind of clueless. Either way, standard combat in this game is standard, there's nothing too special about. So, how this is going to work is as follows. I will be picking one of the characters to be my solo single white mage character. What that means, essentially, is I will be just having only that character alive, all the characters going to be dead, and that one character will only have the white mage job class. So, alright, I need a name for our white mage. You can only name Butts or this blue guy, regardless of which character I want to pick. Or anyone has an idea? I'm not sure. Trouble when reading Swiss German written stuff? Yeah, that's true. It can be really difficult since you're really not used to it. Which is why personally I just prefer to write in regular German, even towards my family, etc. Just go with Butts? No, I don't do that. I don't like Butts as a name. Briar Tuck. Don't know that one. Wrong squirrel. How many? We only have 6 letters, guys. No Butts here. You can go to BGG for Butts. I'm not opposed to them, but I feel like it doesn't fit quite well into the channel theme here. Colleague is also from Switzerland. It is awfully nice. I would say Swiss culture seems to appear just nice, I guess. Because there's a lot expected of you in terms of how you behave properly. Bob, Pope, Pepe, Flip Mage. Roo. I'm not sure. Are there any prominent white mage in Final Fantasy, or priest, or healer class for that matter in any game? Dreamstar? No. Minwu? I don't know who Minwu is. But that reminds me of Mint. From Tales of Fantasia. Chuck. Kevin, Yuna? I guess Yuna would not be too bad. Yakyu? Don't know Yakyu. Yuna is a summoner. Yeah, I guess that's true. Although that doubles as healer. That's not really healer, is it? There's no pure healer in Final Fantasy X, is there? Rosa is Final Fantasy IV White Mage. Okay. Marley? I would rather have Luca, to be honest. Jeff? No. And yes, this is going to be solo White Mage. Palom? I've never played Final Fantasy IV. Jeff? No, I don't like Jeff. Jeff has a name, that is. I don't mean the Jeffs that we see in Earthbound and the like. Alan Cecil can cast white magic. Paladins work too, I guess. Terra. Moses? I'm not sure about a white mage on that one. Millie? That would be SR Ocean. I would prefer Mint from Tales of Fantasia. One letter short of Gandalf. Gandalf is, I guess, a white mage, technically speaking. More like a white wizard. Garnet? Garnet was from Chrono Cross, I think. Maybe? Nova? Where's Nova from? Strago is a blue mage, but whatever. Strago is interesting. I don't know much about his character, unfortunately. Call him Ryu. We could call him Ryu. I would not be opposed to that. Oh, that's 9. It's Garnet. Oh, that's true. That's the lady. Right. For some reason, I have Dagger in mind for that one. Worship. Call him Lena? That would be weird. Larius, like the Pope? That would be too many letters. Oh, alright. Dagger and Garnet on the same person. Ah, that kind of makes sense. Braska. I actually like that. That enough letters? Actually, instantly start liking Braska. I like both the name, and I think I like the character. I'm not entirely sure. I've not played 10 myself. I actually really like Braska. Are we okay with that? Lord Braska? The White Mage. Go, 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 go. Go get him, High Summoner. What's Braska? Braska is Final Fantasy X. I can't tell you exactly. Oh, why did I? I can't tell you exactly who it is, but I know it. Lord Braska is apparently a pretty awesome guy from Final Fantasy X. It's not really a white mage per se, but I like that kind of. So, now I will need to decide which characters are going to be my mainstay for actually being the white mages. So the one white mage challenge diary that I've read through is by T-Hawk. T-Hawk has used our main character Butts, or in our case Braska, as the white mage, as a secondary white mage to be more specific, and the other one is Galuf and whoa. And the other one is Galuf and Kara, respectively. Albus, Latin for white. Interesting. That would have been interesting. Braska is Unastat, I see. No, not eatable, sorry. And hang on a second, let me read that real quick. Whoa. So I will explain a bit more about Final Fantasy V as we go. I'm not going to read through the story, as I've narrated this at least twice now, in various playthroughs, and this is not going to be much about story anyways. This is going to be a journey of slowly accumulating and acquiring resources to be able to defeat certain bosses as we go. Very slowly, because a white mage is not terribly strong in terms of damage output or survivability, so both will be quite a challenge. I will aim to not use save states, but I may make exceptions in specific instances where running a boss out of magic is the only viable option, and doing so would require me to, well, play something like for 2 hours and then I get a shot at the second phase or something like that. And let me real quick read this. Chrysanthemous donated $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. The donation comment reads, "You're an amazing guy. I love your voice way more than I should." But you popped my donation, Cherry. Snowy Lude. Have fun with streaming and keep up your attitude. Could call the Kara after me. Or Chrysant. Oh, well. I guess we named it already. Sorry, I kind of missed that earlier. But thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Oh, I actually need to move myself. 72 hours. This is not going to be a single sitting, guys. This is going to be something that I just do when I don't know what else to do. Let's say if I just happened to die in Diablo 2 after like 6 hours and I still want to go on for 2 more hours, I will just do a bit more with this game here. The solo white mage challenge is going to be rather lengthy, and also give me an opportunity to chat more with you guys and just talk to you about various topics and stuff like that. So for anyone who does not know Final Fantasy V, this game allows you to freely choose your job character that you have unlocked at a specific place in time. After we complete the first dungeon, the Wind Shrine, we will be assigned 4 or 5 different job classes that we could get. The Knight, Monk, White Mage, Black Mage and Blue Mage. I think those are the 5 if I'm not mistaken. And the solo white mage challenge is literally, you have just one solo white mage, that's it, nothing else. So what I will be doing is, until I get the white mage job, I will be aiming to level up my character just sufficiently enough that this is not going to be particularly much of an issue after I switch over to the white mage, since the basic bear or jobless job class can literally equip all equipment, and once I switch over to the white mage, this is going to be substantially less equipment to use. Approximately how many hours long is this run? 100, 150? Probably more actually. If you just go by pure in-game time, it's probably about 100, I would imagine. Maybe 150 if you go by real time, because I'm going to die and fail a lot. But yeah, White Mage by default does not have a whole lot of offensive at his disposal, especially not early game, where he literally can just heal a little bit. That's it. I see. Thank you very much, Chrysanthemous. By the way, feel free to correct me on how to pronounce your name. Really appreciate that. Alright. I will need to figure out which character I actually want to have as my solo challenge character, because I didn't even think about this properly. Also, configuration. Battle speed is set to wait. Active battle speed is 1. Oh, that's exactly backwards. Measured speed is... Battle speed is 6, so that is super slow. The reason why you set it to slow is because it only affects how quick the enemies can act, not how quick you can act. So that is a bit of a challenge, to say the least. By the way, does anyone have a specific wish for a color or something like that? I don't want to make the background white, that would be really difficult to read. But if anyone would like to have something, I usually stick with purple or purplish colors, but I'm not sure. I've seen it plenty now. Alrighty, so here's the thing. Since it's going to be a single character, I usually tend to choose Ferris over every other character. And I think I will do the same here. Ferris is not currently in our party, but she will be my main focus, I think. Which also means I'm going to remove all his equipment. I'm going to remove all your equipment. And remove all your equipment. And just run away from every battle. This is essentially just your tutorial dungeon. And my goal is going to be to keep all the other characters at the lowest possible level. Which Bart is currently, I think, level 3 or level 2 already. But I will be leveling at least one secondary character up along the way, just to have a second white mage or a single instance of a specific enemy to deal with. That is going to be the Antlion, because Ferris is going to briefly leave our party, and that would be rather awkward if I didn't have her in the party for that one battle anymore and only one level 1 characters. Take care, Gentatsu, thank you for dropping by, and good luck. I pronounced it just right. Alright, appreciate that. Write a match chat window. Oh, that would be an interesting idea. Let's do that. So yeah, I think I'm going to stick with Ferris, because I like fairies as a character the most. So Final Fantasy V does not have terribly much in terms of depth to it as a story. It's just kind of your straightforward. You are the heroes, you have the powers of the 4 elements, and you need to save the world. It's not a bad story overall, it's just kind of nothing absolutely special. It does have a bit of a twist in it, as in that it will replace one of your main party members at some point. But yeah, I'm just going to say, if you'd like to avoid spoilers, you probably shouldn't watch this, since I tried to explain most of the things anyways, or just talk about it like as if everybody already knew. So yeah, I can make it much to chat window, that would be an interesting idea. Make it purple. We have 2 purples and 1 magenta. Lena's the white mage. So the main issue with Lena is that she will leave your party for a quite substantially long amount of time at some points during the game. So that would be a bit awkward to have her as the white mage. Otherwise, let's put it this way, to be completely honest with you, I didn't even consider her to be a valid option. I mean, I still avoid spoilers for Breath of Fire 2 Sartarius, even though that game is equally old, I would say, just because I want to play it casually once in a while. So, hey, some people like that. Purple is fine, is fine. Alrighty. Is Final Fantasy has some of the best music? Yes, the music in this is really good. I will probably just take my time and sit around in certain areas just to listen to the music for a while. Especially the library. I love the library music. Amazing. I definitely don't want to make the chat window purple instead of the other, as in the other chat window on the right, because that would be really hard to read. You love Breath of Fire 2, amazing game. Nice. I just know that there was something new about that game discovered, a hidden Easter egg, after like, I don't know, 15 or 20 years after it was released. Which was really intriguing to me to learn about that. I think it was in a dungeon where you step on a tile that just makes the wall go to the right. You stay on that tile for something like 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, literal minutes, until it goes all the way to the right. That's the one thing I know about Breath of Fire 2. Have you seen the Final Fantasy V randomizer yet? Played through it a little bit around Fiesta next summer. Randomizer? What does the randomizer do, Trializer? That sounds interesting. I didn't know there was a randomizer for Final Fantasy V. So yeah, this is going to be essentially my relax, lean back and chat with you guys game. So, I don't know. I feel really weird asking this, but if any of you have any questions, I guess, about me, feel free to ask them. Although I never even say that. You can always ask questions, I try to answer them. But I guess usually I don't have as much time to read chat. Crystal chops randomized, treasure chests randomized. Interesting. And we're off. I guess the chops randomized doesn't really make much of a difference. Outside of you may be getting them early. Oh, input the following flags to customize your randomization experience. Randomized shop learning abilities, randomized shop base commands, randomized shop outfit colors, randomized monster stats, randomized shops, randomized shop equipable items, randomized shop stats, randomized treasure, randomized shops obtained from crystal shards. Interesting. That might definitely warrant me... which one do I do? I'm probably not going to continue this. This will probably be an interesting 4-shop fiesta for next year. I can agree with that. So, either way. Paris will move into the front. Also, what I forgot to do, I want you to have a dagger. Oops. You equip a knife. And you don't have a weapon, that's okay. So, for reference, for anyone who doesn't know, at the top of this tower we will be unlocking the first set of jobs. I will not be doing this just now. I will wait with doing this until I have leveled up Ferris, the solo white mage, substantially. Also, I will be avoiding leveling up any of the other characters, as we established already. I want to keep them at the lowest possible level. Nice crit. Oh, you had to hit him. Sure. Whatever. You don't know that yet, technically. Ferris is a lady, but they refer to Ferris as a guy, as in the captain. So, to give you a frame of reference, in Final Fantasy V, you do not increase your stats based on level ups. What you do is you increase your HP and potential multipliers for both magic and attack multipliers. And those multipliers are calculated based on your base strength. Each character or specific shop has a base strength to their name, which also means, for example, a white mage has a base strength of I believe 20, which is some of the lowest of all classes, because obviously they are not particularly proficient fighters. At least I think it's 20, hang on a second. Might be less on Ferris. 27. Oh, it's... never mind. This is, of course... With Ferris, of course, this is not just currently 20, because this is not a white mage yet. Entangle, that's annoying. You have a question, solo white mage? Yeah, good. Hey Kishore, good morning. I hope you had some good rest, or you have some more good rest. If you need to do that. Oh, that's nice. Thank you, Dryzalizer. I appreciate the copy pasta, if it's relevant. Workshop Fiesta was the only way for you to play the game all the way through. Yeah, for me too. Essentially, I couldn't really... It would be overwhelming to me having that many jobs to choose between. So it's way nicer to just have that choice taken away from me and have it in a randomizer. Got to wake up at 4 AM. Oh boy. Good morning. Good morning. And yeah, I only hope you're going to have fun there. So if in case you're wondering, why would I not just progress through the tower while doing this and fight some monsters? The reason is, I will need a lot of levels and experience for this. So the nice thing about Final Fantasy V is the experience is normally shared between your characters. But because the other characters are dead, I will not have to share my experience with all the other guys. So I can just straight up gain essentially 4 times more experience per battle with Ferris alone. I think I can equip those. But not empty, please. There we go, leather shoes. It's a little bit more defense. So the white mage is obviously way weaker, although a fair bit faster than a bear job. But just for leveling purposes, up to level 20 by the way, I will be sticking with the bear job and then go up all the way. So level 20 is the idea to defeat the first actual boss of the game, Carla boss. On top of this tower there is a tutorial boss, you could say, but I don't really consider him to be a real boss yet. Because you just need to time your attacks and it's not an issue whatsoever. How important is the quality of soundtrack in the games you choose to play? It seems to be no coincidence that most games you run have outstanding soundtracks. Yeah, I guess. The thing is, I've never really paid attention to that in the first place, to choose games based on the soundtrack. But yeah, as you said, there is no doubt that I really enjoy games a lot more that have really good music. Ouch! Oh my god! Okay, we just figured out goblins are level 7. Kishura! Thank you. Thank you for 2 months of support in a row. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Been that long already, indeed. So that was rather scary. 120 damage for a Goblin Punch. So, for anyone who does not know, Goblin Punch does something like 20 times more damage. Was it 20? I think it's 20 times more damage if the level of your character is the same as the level of the target character when you use Goblin Punch. So 6 damage became 120 damage because we are level 7, equal to the goblins, which is kind of scary right there. I was way too close. Beer. Put a Ryu into the boot box. By the way, your main character gets revived in here. Also, this is the beginner's house. This is where you would learn about tutorials and stuff, but for us, in this case, it's just a way of getting some easy money and loot in the beginning of the game. Ether, 100 gil, all the easy stuff here, just acquired. Up here there is a chest with some leather shoes in it, but I don't really care about fighting it. Oh, I need to ask her. Open up. Oh, that's what you do in the beginner's house. You just loot it and get all the items from here. Delicious apple. Yeah. I'm not sure we can get any equipment for Ferris right now. Leather shields. I believe we have everything equipped already on Ferris. Final Fantasy Legend 2 is a struggle for me. Farming monsters for parts is the most torturous part, even if it's just one monster. Yeah, I can see that. Don't forget me! Broadsword. I'm considering buying more broadswords to have an easier time killing off the other party members, but in the grand scheme of things, that's not really necessary. So what I'm going to be doing here instead, please let me through, I'm just going to go into the shop and buy potions. I think there is something else over here. 150 gil. So I will need a lot of potions to get through. So I just bought a bunch of potions. I will be healing Ferris just with potions. That way I avoid having to kill off the other party members again and again. And, well, essentially take a trip back and forth once in a while. By the way, we just left the pirate crew behind, apparently. Because we can do that. Also, for reference, there is a reason as to why I'm going to be leveling up in this specific area. I just opened up the menu. The same time I stepped on this thing. I wonder whether you can do some skips with that. Pirates in the pub indeed. And we continue with the grind here. So yeah. Is it possible to dismiss the 3 party members, or have to keep them dead? You have to keep them dead, unfortunately. There are also story events where they just get revived, so that makes it sometimes a bit awkward to kill them off again. You've got to dead them. And Ferris specifically is going to leave the party for just one battle. One boss battle to be more specific, which is going to be a bit of a problem. Unless I level up a second white mage, which I will do once I reach a specific point where that's going to be easy to do. I remember the Final Fantasy IV speedrun does that, and not sure if instance in Final Fantasy V right now where it could be useful. I mean, I can immediately think of one use. If you could get over to Moor. Wait, that's the same thing, isn't it? Whatever. If you get over to Moor early, you could get some crazy equipment. You might be able to skip the Sandworm fight entirely, for example. So things like that could be rather interesting. And yeah, I remember Final Fantasy IV doing that. I didn't know it was a thing in 5. I actually never opened the menu like this. Or even tried that in 5 here. I wonder whether there are other instances where this would be useful. Let's see. So yeah, skipping over the desert might be a really nice one. Skipping the Sandworm fight, or even getting over there early in the first place. Okay, Ferris gained a level. We are level 8 now, which means we are out of range for the Goblin Punch, which will make this substantially nicer and easier too. Which means I should now focus on damaging the White Snake instead of the Goblin, because the White Snake can use Entangle and just paralyze us. So, let's see. Hello? The no encounters here? Wait. Oh! 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 No, there are no encounters here. For some reason I was just kind of... This is the staircase up, right? No, 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 no. This is where we go up. Those little circles there, you can use a tent to recover your magic points and stuff. Quite convenient. So, my first target are always those mold winds. They cast Arrow, which does about 80 damage, which is a lot at this point in the game. Arrow is a wind elemental spell, basically just your literal basic wind elemental spell. Just keep healing up with potions. By the way, this is going to be a little bit of an irony, I guess, of the game, you could say, because I will be using more healing items rather than healing spells until we finally acquire a specific healing spell later on down the road. Ah, why are you in the back row, buddy? So by the way, the leather shield gives us a 10% chance to defend against any physical attack. In this case, it would be more efficient for me to just straight up hit the goblin first. So... yeah. White Mage is the best healing class, but until later, that doesn't really make a whole lot of a difference, unfortunately. So Broadsword, I'm actually going to give this to this guy over there eventually, so he can kill himself more easily. In the meantime, I'm just going to run around here. And the main reason why I'm leveling in the Wind Shrine here specifically is not just because this is before you become the White Mage, but also, to a large degree, because you can also gain elixirs in this area. From the Moldwind enemies you have, I think, a 1 in 16 chance to gain elixirs. So I'm definitely looking for about 10 elixirs here to be able to take on the first real boss. And I'm not joking when I say 10 elixirs. Elixirs refill both your magic and health points to full in this game, or I guess most of the Final Fantasy games for that matter. Or if not all of them. Even some non-Final Fantasy games, I guess. And I do need 10 to actually get past the first section, basically. Once I'm White Mage, my damage output will be significantly lower. Which is also why I level up beforehand. I really like that they included an increase and countering button in some of the Final Fantasy remakes. Made a lot of things way easier. I see. That's really nice. It definitely makes a lot of things way easier. And greetings, Roscoe Kappa. How are you doing? So here's the thing, T-Hawk, who has the, let's say, diary or blog or write-up for the White Mage challenge that he completed, he did the first portion basically with Galuf as the White Mage. Galuf is the guy with the beard. The reason why he did that is because Galuf has the highest vitality stat and also the highest strength-based stat of all the characters, which helps you tremendously throughout the game. For me, I just choose fairies because I like fairies the most, and you can make it work with pretty much any character. I may have to gain one additional level compared to T-Hawk, but I don't actually know about this. Still doing 45 damage. Entangle is a paralyzation. Paralyzation works like this. Your character needs to fill up his speed bar to full, and then the paralyzation effect is completed or gets removed. And then he needs to move at the bar to full again for it to... well, for you to be able to take an action. So in short, you actually lose about 2 turns of your combat ability if you get entangled. Used to do grinds like this on 20 times emulator speed. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Why is this game so much grinding? Because this is a solo white mage challenge. This game is normally absolutely no grinding at all if you don't want to. You can just employ the correct strategy and breeze through the game with not much trouble at all. But in this case, I pretty much have to level up if I want to do this with a solo white mage. Uh-oh, attack from behind. That's rather awkward. The reason why I want to run away from this instead of staying here is pretty simple. The Mold Wind, his first turn he always attacks normally, but his second turn he has a chance to cast Arrow. The wind attack that does about 80 damage, I think it's 80 anyways, which is more than half my health, so I'd rather not lose half my health to just one attack. Did I just get something? Probably. I'm still looking to get elixirs from the Moldwind enemies though. As in, Moldwind enemies are simultaneously the most dangerous ones, but also the most sought after ones for their elixir drops. Elixir drops will be a fair bit easier after this initial section here, because I will be able to battle some undead enemies that drop elixirs, and undead enemies are easy prey for a white mage as soon as I get the healing rank 2 spell. That's the goal anyways. Okay, that's actually one of the encounters I want to see. First turn they will just attack normally, but I'm fast enough to take them all out before they attack a second time, unless it's a back attack where I want to run away anyways. So this is approximately a 16% chance to gain 1 elixir. Actually, 1 in 16 3 times, or more specifically 15 in 16. To the power of 3 to not gain an elixir. Which, let's see. So it's about a 16.6% chance, roughly, to gain an elixir drop from 3 Moldwind enemies. They also gave a pretty good chunk of experience, so that's nice. The white snakes are probably the most annoying ones with their entangle eventually, since after I gain a few levels, nothing is terribly dangerous anymore in the first place. So if I can help it, I will want to just attack the white snakes in the back row if I manage to one-shot them with a single attack. A 30 damage attack was enough to kill them in 1 hit. And I do 16 now, so I should be able to one-shot them even in the back row. So I should want to do that in the next few battles too. Oh, an elixir, nice. That's a 1 in 16 chance. Not terribly high, but hey, that's the first one. I will need 9 more for this. Formula should be 1 minus 1 minus x to the power of y, where x is the chance and y is the number of attempts. Unless you misheard. Yeah, no, that's correct, RTB. That's exactly what I did. I just kind of, I guess, what's the word? I name it slightly differently. Because I say your chance to not get an elixir is 15/16 to the power of 3. Which I'm pretty sure that's accurate. So you just figure out the chance to not get an elixir, and 100 minus that chance is your chance to get it. I'm not sure, I never had series probability in school. So that's just kind of how I figured it out, which should be correct, I think. Is it me, or is the stream delay lower than it was in the past? I'm not sure about the stream delay, but since I have much less to think about during this run here specifically, or this gameplay specifically, I answer a lot quicker than I normally do. Which is basically also a time for me to relax and just lean back while doing this ridiculousness here. I wonder whether I should once in a while do one of those ridiculous runs here. On actual console, but I would need a Final Fantasy V cartridge. I don't think Japanese matters much. I would need a working acid, that's true. Right. I probably should definitely order a power adapter that is actually working. I wonder. Probably need to ask you guys again. What was the power adapter that works for PAL regions for an NTSC SNES? Do I need a specific converter or adapter? Yes, Sortarius, Google does that. It's actually pretty awesome. Google does a lot of those things. Oh, there we have an arrow. That was unhappy. So, for example, if you would just need a real quick timer, or I don't know, if you have something in the oven like a pizza or so and you need a time real quick, you just type in 15 min timer and Google will automatically start a timer with an alarm for you. It's really amazing. Wolfram Alpha is even fancier, probably. And yeah, Google implements a lot of fancy stuff that just kind of straight up displays the answer if it's a very deterministic question, you could say. Like trying to convert time zones, Google will just straight up give you the answer if you say 5 PM EDT in local time, and you get the answer for that. It's really handy. Time Berserk Rush. I actually tried that recently and it was rather slow. Error, no! Let's see. 16%. Give me an elixir, please. No elixirs. Can you imagine having to do this with a white mage directly? That would take him longer, by the way. I think it's fair to just do this with a bear character before you get the white mage chop. At least in my opinion. Calculation flight numbers and converting. Nice. And greetings, Kishura. Why am I not white mage? Because I have not acquired the job yet. I will be doing so once I hit level 20, I think. Let me actually look up the algorithm stats. Kill that guy. Let me actually look up the algorithm stats for Final Fantasy V. I cannot change jobs? No, I don't actually have the option to change jobs, sorry. Most useful to have an end though. Probably. See, I told you I don't have the job yet. So let's see. Final Fantasy V Algorithms and Stats Guide. What are the base stats for fairies compared to Gallof? Fairies. There. Fairies gains +3 strength. Gallof gains also +3 strength, so level 20 is going to be sufficient. Rimmer's Rammer? Uh-oh, Setzer's dice. Setzer has such a weird weapon in Final Fantasy VI, it's so strange to me. Actually, Butts has the highest strength throw, so he would be the easiest white mage character in the beginning. Although Galuf has the highest vitality roll. But I don't think that matters too much. Oh, the dice. Ouch. Hey guys. Ouch, error. Elixirs, nice. Only 8 more! Greetings, Alderai, welcome back. How did the Secret of Mana run go? Quite fine. That went actually really well. I basically have a submit-worthy run for now. that I can replace my current submission with. Let me do something real quick. Be right back. Okay, hang on. There we go. We should be back now. You can simply Google or look on Amazon for voltage converter e-voltage US products, and you should find something that costs around 30 bucks, assuming you have a US console. I do, but I don't think I have an original US adapter. Do you think it would be reasonable for me to buy an original adapter and then just get a converter at the same time? An actual converter instead of just plug that plugs the other thingies. And no, yeah, I didn't say that is not the original name. That is the name we happen to give him. I asked for chat to come up with a name that would be reasonably interesting and kind of fitting, and someone mentioned Braska, and I figured, hey, I really like that name, and so, well, we picked it. I should have remembered who actually suggested that name, but I really like that name. The original name of the character is Butz. B-U-T-Z. So what level do we have currently? Level 12. Oh boy! Level 20 is still a way to go. But more importantly, I still need about 8 more elixirs actually. Oh, give me 1 second, I may have to do something real quick again. Okay. Everything's okay. Maybe I shouldn't do this during combat, that's a bit silly. In English, Z is pronounced like Z. That's what people say. The thing is, I have no idea how to distinguish between Z and Z, or however you pronounce the third letter in the alphabet for English. That's why I just say Z. It's way easier for me to say Z and Z, and I know Z is the third letter in the alphabet, like clown, and Z is like, I don't know, zircon? I can't think of a word with Z right now. Or zealot. Man. How does the solo white mage challenge work? Well, you just have a single character playing a single solo white mage and try to get through everything with that one character. That's literally how it works. So you need to be well prepared for boss fights since your damage output is really low, as in so low that a lot of your boss strategies will revolve around running enemies out of magic instead of trying to having them, well, fight straight up. Since you don't really have any offensive abilities as a white mage. It should be at the bottom of your SNS how much max voltage you can in out. Maybe it can handle 230 EU voltage. I see, I will need to check that, Harry Crowdies. Thank you. Fair enough, Kishura. Fair enough. I'm starting to get better with selecting specific targets. Say Z like Z. You also say zebra, don't you? Say Z like Z. So Z it is. I guess? Wait a second. What? Did I miss something? I feel like I missed something. It's grind time indeed. Okay, story time. Oh. I guess I could do that. But I like to talk with people right now, actually. I'm not sure how long I'm going to continue this, but I only just started. My goal was to defeat Carl boss, and I didn't expect this to take that long for the initial grind to level 20. I appreciate the approval, Kishura. Did I come back for Z versus Z fight? Not a fight, more like just kind of how you pronounce it. And I just always like to point out, I have no idea how to distinguish between Z and Z. No clue. It just kind of... Z makes more sense to me, just because that way you don't have to worry about whether it's one or the other, it's always clear. Kind of like the same when... Why would you write AM or PM for your time when you could just kind of straight up go with 0 to 24 hours instead? It's just way clearer. You always know when it's morning and when it's evening. I mean, if you think about it, when I say Z, people know instantly what I'm talking about, regardless of whether they agree with the pronunciation or not. Might have been a bit too fast with the... Oh, there's the pet. Aww. It's morning when you wake up and evening when you sleep. Usually anyways. Either way, even on terms of time, I would be for a global time system instead of a local one anyways. Just have one clock for the entire world. And, well, just based on your position on the Earth, you would have to say, well, my morning starts at 16 o'clock. Or someone across the other end of the world would say, my morning starts at 1 o'clock. Would also kind of make sense. Hey Kashura, thank you for the host. Really appreciate that. That way you didn't have to worry about converting time. You just would need to learn about when the evening is going to be in the specific locations. It would be pretty rough when traveling, would it be? I mean, you would always have the same time, and you would never miss a train anymore because you didn't realize there's a different time zone there. UTC? Frankly, I've never really looked into what all those abbreviations mean in the first place. So we're going to restock on potions. Trade again, UTC. So I see like that. Alright. I guess that kind of can work as a bridge for my mind. Thank you. Never actually realized that. So Z and Z. I did it wrong again, didn't I? So, almost stocked up all the way on potions. Pretty neat. Also, Butts should be back alive, or Braska in this case. So give him this broadsword so he can kill himself more easily. Swatch once made such a system called Internet Time. Swatch.beat. But it made a day into 1000 beats. I mean, while I like that concept, that might just be a bit of a drastic change in comparison. Plus, that would be rather difficult to represent on a clock, I feel. It seems kind of a little bit like the general idea of... what's it called? Wow, he didn't kill himself. Kind of awkward. That seems like the general idea of... what was it? I forget the name, but there's a specific language that people just invented to make it universally make sense and be very logical and stuff. Esperanza, I think? Something like that. You wish Internet Time was used more? I mean, it would make sense. Esperanto, there we go. What RTB said. For IRL makes not much sense, but internet stuff would be planning made easy. I mean, if you can't use it for IRL, it would be another format to keep track of and keep in mind, though. So I'm not sure about that, if you would like to separate those. By the way, just for reference, what is going to be ahead of us eventually in this White Mage solo challenge is going to be a grind all the way to 99 elixirs in the ship graveyard once we acquire Cure 2 to take out all the enemies in the ship graveyard in one swing. Reinventing the wheel isn't necessary. We have a perfectly fine 24-hour clock. We could just do, like you said earlier, learn our local morning times and just use UTC time zone everywhere. I see. Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for. Speaking of local times, I actually do have a timer on my thingy. Let's see what happens when I don't adjust it at all. That's weird. Doesn't make any sense. That's the wrong way around. Did I just reset my timer? Good job. I'll need to add it up afterwards. Okay. But I do have a local timer plugin on my OBS here. Oh, an elixir. Nice. Oopsie. Which I like to put onto various layouts. There's that thing too. What annoys me the most, people tend to go like, I start next stream at 9 AM PDT and then I have to look it up. Either go right away with UTC or B it could be an alternative, but the latter basic never got successful. Hey, I got to level 14 in 50 seconds or so. That's pretty impressive, isn't it? Oopsie. By the way, I really like how quick you can do menuing in this game. It's actually quite intriguing. Just jittering when you're there. Leather shoes. I wonder what the drop chance for leather shoes is. WorldTimeBody.com. I guess that works. For me, it's just kind of... I type it into Google, boom, there's my conversion. I don't even know what PDT means. Oh, yeah, what Riserizer says. To local is just the easiest way to put it. World record pace. I should have clipped it and seen when what my timer was when I accidentally reset it. So is UTC the just general standard global format or something like that? Or where is UTC centered on? I should kill the guy on the back first. You don't even need to input the local time code, Riserizer, you can just literally write local. I see. I mean, you can do that, Kandarumia. By the way, is that correctly pronounced? You can do that if you know the actual difference in hours. For example, I have a general idea and what American time is on the East Coast, because that's 6-hour difference, most of the time anyways. So I can just see, oh, that's 6-hour difference from here. So that's easy for me because I know the approximate number. But if you don't know the approximate number because it's a format you don't know about, it's more difficult to do that. 3 mold wins. The timer was 1:16:07:78. Thank you, appreciate that. That's pretty precise too. So let's say 117, that's 122 if I reset it now. Let's see, it splits 117:00. Oh. Alright, thank you very much. XF, appreciate that. Boom, boom, boom. The rabbit finds Rayquaza cotton in the food box, who is still looking for coffee. The rabbit barks a silly Ray away. I don't even know how a rabbit would bark. It's kind of rumpuru. Isn't UTC the same as GMT? I don't know. What is the difference between UTC and GMT? Wait a second. I adjusted the timer wrong, didn't I? It should have been 22. Because it was plus 4 minutes from 16. Actually from 18. No, from 16. Plus 5 minutes, that's plus 23, so I'm actually behind now. Also, I inputted 17, so that's plus 2 minutes more. So 17 plus 3, that's 23. Why did I do this? 17, oh. That's weird. 24 it is. I didn't think about that one, did I? There is no difference between UTC and GMT. Interesting. Don't be past eye coming. GMT is a time zone officially used in some European and African countries. The time can be displayed using both the 24-hour format and the 12-hour format. UTC is not a time zone, but a standard that is the basis for civil time and time zones worldwide. This means that no country or territory officially uses UTC as a local time. Wait, what? Why does it say UTC? Oh, that way around. I see. Makes sense. Good afternoon, guy. How are you doing? I'm having quite a nice evening. I hope so do you, guy. Elite savings should be abolished, in my opinion. No need for it anymore. Yeah, it's pretty annoying, to me anyways. I mean, I gain an hour half a year, and then I lose an hour the other year, a half. It's kind of... Can't we just find a middle ground, please? Exact. Light savings is evil. Something about it helping farmers, but apparently it doesn't. Yeah, apparently it doesn't. I've never really read about it, on whether it does or doesn't. I mean, the thing is, how would it help farmers anyways? I mean, it would not be necessarily for their farm, because when they are going to do their work, they should base on every day based on what time it is anyways. If that's relevant, that is. Not even sure that stuff is relevant. So it would probably only be relevant in terms of being able to sell their goods or transport their goods to a reseller, which kind of weird anyways. It gets dark at 16:30. That's pretty early. But at the same time, I feel like you would get eventually used to it. Spark the daylight away. It's kind of weird. The day after daylight saving has also been shown to have the second most car accident of the year, because people lost an hour of sleep and are less alert on the road. Wow. Second most? What is the most then? Like New Year's? The sun got bumped by the rabbit. Well. Apparently Egypt and Russia bond in EST already. I mean, yeah. I'm okay with that. Daylight savings is neck plot to steal the sun. Neck aid your son. As far as I know, it was an idea that would help the farmers, but obviously not properly researched before the implementation. So people just assumed it was helpful. Turns out it is not. Alrighty. It's kind of strange. Actually, it's not that strange. Might just be some weird person's idea, and as long as you can present your idea in an appealing manner, people will believe it, probably. Unless it's too much of a annoyance to do. Russia returned to DST? Interesting. It's the day after some holiday. Yeah, makes sense. Like so many things, yep. The thing is, honestly, I understand why the system works like that. Personally, I'm not interested enough in researching many things that I should probably be interested in, or at least have an opinion about, based on me having influence on it because I can vote and such. But because I know I don't have enough time, or at least not enough motivation to research the matter, I'd rather not put my vote into it in the first place. But it's really easy to just sway some people to say, hey, vote for this because this and this and this, which usually just shows one side of the coin. I always feel like that for things like that you should probably just have to answer some basic test to make your vote or something like your opinion to be counted in valid, so you have done your research. Maybe. At least that's my idea of it. No, you got mistaken. We were UTC +4 until 2014/15, and now we are UTC +3. I just got a bit jumbled up in my head. So you just switch time zones, because that would be more accurate, I guess? I stopped doing that because it was unfair, because people aren't that smart. The thing is, that's even understandable to an extent, to say the least. Because even if people are not, let's say, that smart or something like that, just a general opinion or culture, even though it may not be researched, the general sentiment still has to have some weight to it. Because otherwise you will have a lot of unhappy people because they feel like they are being treated unfairly, even if it's not necessarily the case. The rabbi snatches a little apple from the food box. It gets stuck on his teeth as he hops away, trying to rump it. Rump, 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 rump. Yeah, I don't want to realize into bit. Yeah, I see. I mean, the thing is, for me, that's the main reason why I'm just not interested in politics. It's just kind of, I don't have motivation to do research, so I feel like my opinion is not really useful, but that's just me. You don't disagree? Yeah, actually that's a big point as well. Depending on how you grow up in your culture, you might think certain things are normal, or are nice, or not nice based on where you grew up. If you throw someone who grew up in Switzerland into Germany and don't tell him that this is Germany now, and he wouldn't know this because of the language, he would think a lot of people might be really rude, even though they are actually not. It's just how they handle different situations differently. Kind of like personal space is a thing that you are used to based on where you grew up in, but it might be very different in another country or culture. I have no idea what the segregation is about, to be completely honest, in terms of entire structure. So I'm not going to. I don't think I should probably say anything about that. I would need to read it up what it was about anyways. 5 elixirs! Only 5 more, guys. I wonder whether we get the elixirs first or level 20. Would be interesting. That is the way democracy fails. Everyone should do enough research and be interested, but of course they are not. Well, I mean, true. I agree. It's also, let's put it this way, people always say a good dictator is better than democracy because it makes more sense, and There's always the big if after that. While I agree that a good dictator would be better if he knew about every single portion of the thing and was a good man, you would still have multiple problems attached to that no matter how good that dictator would be. Like, eventually you would need to find a successor. And considering how rare such a person would be, that would be pretty much impossible to keep up over a lengthy time. So, yeah. I'm forced to be concerned about how small change will affect the entirety of the body of mothers who watch us teach their children. Look. Hey, greetings, Toxel. How are you doing? Enjoy your lurking. But people say it's more rude than we Germans, or the other way around, aristocrats. The other way around. It's more like you're not used to it as someone being raised in Switzerland, just kind of accustomed to general culture. So it may really quickly appear that Germans are being rude when they are really just doing what they're always doing and being normal about it. Let's whack a worm. Worm, miss, X, miss, X, miss, X. No, right, it's actually way more misses. It's way more misses. Also, let's whack a worm. It's going to be way easier with sandworm. No, it's way more misses, guys. It's way more misses. It's not a 1 in 3 chance, it's a 1 in 6 chance. Or did you actually write 6 misses? You can spam more heavily. No, you can just add the misses more heavily. You'd like to, that is. You're trying not to. Yeah, let's put it this way. Probably not too much spam when we are trying to have a discussion. Not a spam. But yeah, as I said, aristocratis. Essentially, when you just do something simple like you go to a counter and order a sandwich, if you say it the way your average German says it, that appears to be rude to an average Swiss person because of how you pronounce it. But it's not actually being rude, it's just a difference in culture. Thank you, Ryu. So, Ryu, when is the next race going to be? It's very direct and efficient personality you get educated to have. Most of us don't mean it the mean way. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. It's not rude, actually. It's exactly not rude. It's just not something we are accustomed to. We have, in general, a very roundabout way of saying things in Switzerland, which is not terribly efficient. It works for us because our language, you can mold together many words to make the sentences shorter in Swiss German, which doesn't work quite as well in German. Tomorrow. Nice. Paladin plus Summon Necro relay race? So if you die with the Paladin, you play Summon Necro? You're fine. Nice, glad to hear that. Is tomorrow away by how many hours of sleep? For me, it's 1 hour and 25 minutes. Could I give an example for that? Sure. If you just order a sandwich in Germany, to my knowledge you say, I get a salami sandwich. If you order a sandwich in Swiss German, you say, I'd like to have a salami sandwich, please. As in, it's not everywhere the same, obviously. Some Germans also say please and thank you. Well, actually, most Germans I can think of say please and thank you when they order stuff like that. It's just kind of that general idea. It's more like once someone finishes Paladin, their teammate starts a Necro. That's slightly odd. Or did you mean the merging of words? Are I correct? We usually ask always politely, could I'd like, Germans demand, I want, give me, just... Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Yeah, rude by nature, it's more like more efficient by nature. It's still rude to say I'll get. I mean, I feel like it depends on where you come from, but then again, I've not really been too far into Germany, or at least not for too long. Oh, that's going to be rather awkward. Please don't kill me. Okay, so far this is the worst case scenario. Okay, if that entangle hit, I would have been in really big trouble. I'll bark you away. Hey, careful with the rabbit. He will eat your gun. And then he will not be happy about his digestion again, like last time. Stir Friday. Oh, you meant the merging of words. I see. Let me think about this. Whoa, what is going on? That was a weird slowdown. Haha, don't put too many rice into the food box, the rabbi doesn't like that. Hey. Be nice to the rabbit. What level am I going here? 20. I have not even kept track of what level I am currently. 20 and 10 elixirs. That's the basic goal. Level 15, so this will take a while. Oh boy. Why did I even start that challenge? Because I'm slightly crazy. This is not going to be in a single city, by the way. Which is also why there's no SRL in the title. Rabbi becomes stronger. He just ate both of your guns, apparently. Wait. I just realized. Don't you call muscles on your arms guns as well sometimes in English? Wow. They look really transformed now. Was that a pun on that? Yeah, I guess. It's a lot about culture, Haricratius. Let me actually try to find something where we merge words. Actually, in a sense, it's not as much as merging words, as much as you just don't have any spaces in between every word you say, as in... Let's say a word ends with an S, and the next one begins with an S. You don't bother to make any distinction between the two, you just use the same S for both of them. That's just the general gist of it, I would say. Ryu has guns confirmed. Nice. Often you go to the gym every day. Like 6 times a day. That must be pretty intense. Ryu doesn't go to sleep, guys. He just goes to the gym instead. Mississippi. Such a weird word. I should give the example in German. I don't have an example right now. Oh. That's a boiling pot, isn't it? I mean, coughed up is a word by itself, isn't it? I think it is anyways. So by the way, this entire grind here would be severely lengthened if I were already a white mage. Just based on me not doing as much damage and potentially not one-shotting all of those enemies. And me also having a less potent weapon. Which I completely forgot where you actually get that weapon. I know you have to go through a wall somewhere in this dungeon, but I don't exactly know where it is. I think it might actually be after this first boss here. Comes in 2 separate words, cook and pot. I guess. Which, yeah, I guess. But the merging is more in the sense that I figured it was kind of like... You string everything together. It's not really usually as much as a merge as it is just a string that you just put together everywhere. I think I'm 16 now. Slowly getting there. Very, very slowly. Elixir. Alright, we have 9 elixirs already. I'm starting to come... 15 il? Wow. I'm starting to wonder whether it would be more efficient to go and level up in a different area just purely for the levels. Oh, it's... Thank you, Hell. The thing is, this emulator doesn't have a particularly good speed up anyways. which... no. I'm fine with this. It gives me opportunities to talk with the people in chat and just kind of relax, lean back, not too much. Which, during speedrun, usually always are busy one way or another. We Germans are not rude, we are friendly AF. At least here in the north, we are just very direct. You know, talk about something. Like somebody we tell them. Exactly. Which, depending on your culture, that can be considered rude. In your culture, that's not rude, that is just normal. Which makes sense. Cultural differences. Answering and playing Tree of Savior at the same time is kind of tough. It can be, I guess. How do you like Tree of Savior so far? Where would you go? Did I miss something? You get more AP in the force, but I don't think it gets more experience. That sounds about right. I like it when people are... Alright, preferably people I know. I can see that. And back from behind! Nice. But yeah, essentially dancing around the subject can be the correct thing to do based on your person on the other side, because maybe he or she will not necessarily see your point if you just spout it out directly. You need to make sure that you actually, let's say, prepare the environment for your argument, you could say. That's a kind of a weird way to put it. First fixed experience is Chimera Deserts in the Desert Chimera. Right, that's technically the first big one, but nothing for a white mage, unfortunately. Never seen this game. Ideally the others stay dead and you don't split experience. Oh, third, I can get the white mage job as soon as I move on. I could beat this guy down there, that's a boss, already since a long time. But it's more efficient for me to level as a jobless character rather than to level as a white mage. Because I deal more damage and it's just overall slightly more efficient to do it this way. I could kill it a long time ago already. I'm referring others towards me, not me towards them. It always goes both ways though. Because if you say it's okay for you to talk around the hot topic, it would also have to be okay for the others. Right? Or do you differentiate? To be fair, I would always differentiate between the two. It makes sense to do so in my opinion. But it can be kind of difficult. Kill the monster to death. Yep, that's going to be happening sometime. I wouldn't say soon, but it will happen sometime. I should have to equip only the heal stuff. I don't have the heal stuff yet. You will get that one in... Boros? The town where Lena is from. Or well, the castle. The thing about the staff is that it's only something like 70% accurate, so I would miss 30% of the time and just extend this little grind here. Why would I attack that guy first? I guess it works. The thing is, if I would only ever equip the heal staff, I could literally not beat the bosses, since I can never damage them. So you will need to equip the weapon at some point. Which the first actual weapon I get for a white mage is the flail in the ship graveyard. Well, that's going to be a nice change of pace, although that weapon is already kind of inefficient already. Going down the roundabout way. I see. Stand guard! Does this thing always counter with? Oh, I figured just holding A would use a potion instead. Why does it not memorize the cursor? I thought I set it to memorize. It's kind of awkward. This guy has been using his wind attack way too often right now. Oh, well, kill him. So I need to stay here for a while longer anyways. Yes, to Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh is a long time away. A really, really, really long time. I like his music though. The flail is the weapon of choice for a while? Well, that's an understatement. Bollywood fight scenes? I see. Oh, don't worry, Third. This is not going to happen today, by the way. This is not supposed to be a single segment run. I'm going to be playing this White Mage challenge on and off. Just once in a while. And my target level is level 20. Enjoyed listening to Gilgamesh music, definitely a good choice. One thing that I contemplated doing was using a thief in my party as one of the dead characters. This would allow me to run around in dungeons or just in the general area, which would speed up the process a fair bit. But at the same time, it also prevents all the chances for back attack, which would be definitely an advantage. What I could also contemplate doing is just level up Thief class. You have Dash, and then no longer have the Thief in the party to not prevent back attacks, but that would just be a bit of a stretch. I think I'm just going to stick with the straight up White Mage instead. Oh, here it is. This is the staff weapon. Let me just give you an example of what the staff weapon does to us. 16 damage. Damage. So it has way more variable damage, and I believe it has a 30% chance to straight up miss. So yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Will the outline fight be with a freelancer or a white mage? I will probably level up a second white mage. Just somewhere in time where it's convenient. I don't think this is a back row okay weapon. Or is it? What was my damage before the staff? A consistent 75 to 80. This one is somewhere between 25 and 60, it seems. Mm-hmm. 15 to 70, something like that. I mean, it works. We can go and change job class now if you'd like to. Let's just do that, actually. Is Final Fantasy VI fun? I just beat 5 last night. In my opinion, it's the best Final Fantasy, but that's just me. A lot of other people have different opinions about this, but personally, I really like it. Let's just go and get the white mage, I guess. Oh, right, I actually will get reduced at strength as well. Oops. Which version should you play? I would personally go with the Super Nintendo version if you somehow have access to that. But I'm not sure about the other versions. I don't really know anything about that. Saves are not back row, only Flail and Morningstar. Maces are for white mages. Right. Just don't go for the PSX version. Yep, that's pretty much it. The thing is, PlayStation version would probably be quite fine without the loading times. Probably. Blue theme, white mage, there we go. Oh yeah, thief is one of the starting classes as well. Naturally it is. Alright, here we go. Our fair is the white mage. The solo white mage. The lonely white mage. Yeah. Ins now. Ding. This must be a really hot leather robe if it's on a sunny day. Leather robe? I'm not sure about that. Hey, I still one-shot the goblin, that's nice. Oh no, were they that slow? I do not know. Chrono Trigger has a PlayStation version? Wow. At least the white mage is substantially faster than a bear job. But we still need 4 more levels. At least the elixirs are there already, so that's nice. Probably should have bought some spells already for the white mage, like heal. I think that's the actually cure it is called. I think that's the only spell I can actually buy. It was like 10 minutes into the game, or rather 3 hours into PlayStation X version. Nice. I didn't one-shot him! Ah! The damage. Yeah, we need level 20 for the next attack multiplier. There our damage will jump up a little bit. So that's why I wanted to go to level 20. Final Fantasy games are so slow in general. I don't think they're that slow. At least not the ones I played. Oh, come on with those back attacks. Bing. I like longer boss battles if it's interesting enough, or a challenge one way or another. Oh, come on. It's irritating. By the way, does someone know how much damage Carl Boss, how much HP Carl Boss has? Was it something like 650? No, I don't think it's that many, is it? What is your favorite Final Fantasy game and why? For me it's probably 6, because that's the one I got introduced to for the series, you could say. That's probably the reason. Yeah, pretty much right. That is what we do for the rest of the run. Why do you think I wanted to level up to level 20 before I'm going to encounter the next boss? There's a reason for that. Ow. Rude. Aren't you that guy who plays D2 game? He is that guy who plays D2 game. I'm not going to do this in a single sitting. It's not a white mage solo wooden stuff only run. That would take a while. That would take him longer. I'm not even sure he could finish this because the wooden staff's base damage is not high enough to pierce some of the enemy's defense. As in, you literally couldn't beat some of the bosses. Hey, we gained a level. Oh, white mage level, not actual level. It's only 706 more experience, and that's something like... Yeah, that will take a while. Yep, you're going to be here for a while, guys. I actually expect to be done with Carl Boss in something like at least 3 hours, but I feel like this might take a bit longer than that. How many elixirs do we have? 12? Well, we reached 12 elixirs way before that. So here's the thing, if I were to use Butts or Gallop as my main characters instead of Ferris, I could go to level into a different area where enemies would literally not attack, as in, wow, miss. There's an area slightly further ahead where there are sea monsters like Kraken and Octopus and stuff, and they only attack female characters. Why? I don't know. It's just something they do. And greetings, Extreme 2K14, how's it going? Is Final Fantasy VIII the best Final Fantasy game? Well, for some people it isn't. It's probably my least favorite one. Actually, that's not true. I'm not particularly much of a fan of 1 either. I mean, a lot of people really like Final Fantasy VIII, nothing wrong with that. Seven, eight, nine. Interesting list. Your mom, I promise, no hosting. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. I just noticed you're actually playing a run-based RPG. How much do you actually dislike run-based RPGs? I don't dislike run-based RPGs in the sense that I don't think they are interesting or anything like that. It's more in the sense that I'm not interested in speedrunning them, because in speedruns what I'm looking for are micro-optimizations. I really like doing those. And greetings, Elanare. How are you doing? You were kind of half in the conversation earlier about rudeness and Germany. Couldn't throw into my 2 cents to World of Warcraft. My Australian and Greece co-workers are always a bit irritated since it's normal in German to get to the point in content without a big small talk. Yeah, I mean, generally I prefer that way. I actually don't like small talk at all. But based on where you're from, that can be really weird, because you're not used to it. So basically, when I ask people about, hey, how's your day? It's usually because I want to know, not because I want to make small talk. Because I don't like small talk, as I said. All swoon except the white mage. There is a certain irony here. The white mage is the hard carry in this run, quote-unquote run, this adventure, this journey. Also, good evening, your mom and prom. How are you doing? Good morning, good evening, good night, good afternoon, whatever might fit for you. You're doing fine? Excellent. I'm doing quite lovely. Just relaxing, leaning back after I've managed to finally get a decent-ish run for Figure of Mana, one controller. So I'm kind of happy with that for now. Wow, that's rude. In America, at least, starting with small talk is very important, kind of breaks the ice, and facilitates the path for more serious discussion. Yeah, it's very cultural based. I started noticing that when well, actually, not necessarily noticing specifically, but towards certain people, usually Americans, I tend to start more with, hey, how are you doing? And then get into the other stuff as to why I write that person in the first place. Small talk, tiny talk. I like that one. Yeah, I agree with that, except I agree with that. The thing is, when I was, I think, at HDQ 2015, the thing that struck me odd as the weirdest thing is just kind of when we were just walking through the corridors, saw someone that we knew or just kind of remote, they just kind of walked past and said, hey, how's it going? And just kept on walking as I was trying to answer, and then suddenly realized, oh, you're not supposed to answer that, I guess. That was really weird to me. I hope this email finds you well. I've never heard that one before. Interesting. You say anything other than good? It's good. Oh well. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of. What do you say to that? Unless you probably are not expected to have. Oh yeah, I had that situation already. You can do this and this and this. Because you're not necessarily prepared for this kind of thing. There are different quantities of small talk. How are you today is probably the lowest tier. Fair. How are you doing? Always confused me. Yeah, true. For me it was just kind of... Wasn't it how do you do? And the correct answer is how do you do? That's really strange. Also, why did I change job to White Mage already? Now I'm stuck with it because I have it already, right? Wow, rude. If you don't want to answer, don't ask the question. Indeed. Actually, there are fair points when you can ask rhetorical questions, at least in certain situations, like if you are a streamer and you're just thinking out loud to yourself as to how do I solve this puzzle? I wonder if... And then you just go on about thinking on how you might approach this. But you don't necessarily ask people in chat to answer you, that you're just thinking out loud. So that can be a thing. How the hell are you? What does... I have an idea of what bashful actually means, but what does it mean if you explain it to someone? What does bashful say? My name is Sue. How do you do? Now you're gonna die. What? Coffee? Coffee? Why? Don't crumble under fear and pressure, please. That's not nice. There's no delicious coffee. I mean, it really is Arikradis. It really is, if you just pronounce it properly. Which is rather difficult in text form, though. No one knows Johnny Cash. I'm sorry. I'm not particularly good at popular media or whatever you want to call that. I love coffee, though good luck finding it without pumpkin cream at this time of the year. Actually, I don't think I've ever had pumpkin coffee stuff. Never even tried that. To be fair, I never really go out of my way to buy anything else except maybe sometimes iced coffee. But that's about it. The coffee maker broke. No! Oh, what? This could take a while. You have to make Turkish coffee for a while. That's when you don't take out the coffee stuff. Wow, 3 times in a row. I know the name Johnny Cash, I have no idea what he does or what he did or what it is. Level 17! Nice. How much more? 1910, so then about 2000 more and then about 2300 more. So something like 7,000 more experience. I might take a while, guys. In case you didn't realize it yet. White Mage Challenge. Hey, White Mage Becky. Sounds right up your alley. Well, sit back, enjoy, and Make sure you have a lot of time. The French press. As I originally said, my goal was to beat Carl Boss. I didn't quite expect it to take that long to get just to level 20. I figured I would die about 1 or 2 hours to Carl Boss itself, so that's what I thought it would take so long. I wonder what the Swiss call Swiss cheese. It depends on the type of cheese it is. There are various types, and to my knowledge the exported type is not exactly any specific cheese we know around here. It's just kind of export cheese, I guess. Johnny Cass is the old guy who does mediocre 9-inch nail covers. Okay. Johnny Cass was a very influential country singer and songwriter during the 50s and 60s. Alright. I thought it was actually a actor. I guess not. Ring of Fire. I definitely heard the Ring of Fire, at least a cover somewhere, sometime. Not quite my music style. Wow. The thing is, I don't even have enough attack strength to guarantee killing the enemies if they are not in the front row. Uh-oh, that might be bad. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's go! By the way, just throwing this out there to the general vicinity of chat, but what do you guys think about Patreon? Is Lena wearing two different shoes? Good question. The other one might just be her knee being bent to the back. I'm not necessarily even asking about me using Patreon, but just the general impression or opinion about it. One seems red, one seems blue. Yeah, I see what you mean. It does seem kind of strange. I mean, in a sense, she looks kind of comfortable while she lies there unconscious too. It all depends on how you use it. Generally a good thing. The only negative would be a couple of people here and there would really push it on people. Right. Never really read up on Patreon. I have no idea how it's different just donating through PayPal. The idea is basically that you just donate a specific amount per month, and that donation is done automatically until you cancel it. That's really it. As in terms of how the money is handled. Another difference can be on how you may have certain specific goals set or ideas set on. If someone supports you for that amount of money per month, maybe they have something special they get or one way or another. Patreon is great for niche content creators. Some people get their salaries from that. Yeah, I see. The person gained most of their content behind it kind of forced people to use it. True. Freeload is snapping the whole time and they'll get most of the credit for the other characters. Nah, Ferris gets all the credit for us. Yeah, that's fair. By the way, it seems like it's more like a 10% chance to miss. It doesn't happen all that often for it being supposedly 30%. Money Wizard. Oh, he can now use fire. Or bolt. It's always the third round where they can start using actual spells. 95% it is. Oh, alright. Definitely not 30% then. And yeah, flail hit rate is atrocious, but you can use it from the back row, and there's literally nothing better for a white mage for a long time to come. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be really awesome, actually. But the thing is, once I get the flail, I will already progress through most of the areas until I get Cure 2, and then I have a rather simple way of leveling up in the ship graveyard. Not going to be any faster than this here, but it's going to be simple enough that I don't have to worry about the flail. Morningstar is 90%. I think, yeah, I guess. The thing about Morningstar is once you are there, it's really not that much of a issue anymore, I feel. This Morningstar is what, in Moor Forest? When it's burning down, I think. So yeah, actually it is a pretty nice upgrade. Never mind. Ouch. Well, yeah, either way, my goal is going to be to get to specific places where I will be able to level up to the extreme, really. And the level up goals I will determine based on T-Hawk's report for his solo white mage raid up. I think the real gate is going to be Atmos. Once I have enough levels to beat Atmos, I will likely go on from the leveling spot that I might be in at this point. About Patreon, do I get 100% of the money as a content creator? I actually do not know. I've not looked up that much into it. That would be interesting to know. I do not know. It can be Zert. Wait. Can I equip the Berserker Staff Trisylizer? Can I equip the Berserker Staff on a white mage? Also, do you get the Berserker Staff in Guido's Cave, right? Is it? Can you really berserk him? I thought he was immune to it. He used the spell on Atmos. Wait, White Mage has a berserk spell? He just gave us light stuff drop. Yeah, right. You want that for X-Step in World 2. Can be put to sleep. Ouch. Please don't do that. Let's see. He can be put to sleep. He can be hasted. He can be controlled. And you can scan his HP according to this list here. But he's immune to Berserk. Are you sure the Berserk they did wasn't with Alchemist mix when you saw it? Night Magic Surf spell? Interesting. Must be Glitch Surf? Yeah, I think so too. I know you can put Atmos to sleep, but that's it. At least by normal means anyways. So yeah, but the way T-Hawk did the Atmos fight was he literally ran Atmos out of MP. Which, as you may or may not know, he has exactly 10,000 MP. So that might take a while. That will be a pain then. Yep. It's going to be amazing. That's why you need 99 elixirs before you go into World 2. That's the main reason why. That's the exact reason. No, it's actually 9,999 Drysalyzer. And it's not an overflow, it's literally just a cap that you can set enemy MP to if you give them an ether. Patreon charges 5% of your pledges as fee. I see. As in, that's the way you run things like, well, X-Def or Neo-X-Def parts out of MP, just to give them an ether and you have to hit 2 less magic hammers for it to have the same effect. Which version is this? This is the Super Nintendo fan translation version. I really expected this grind to be faster, otherwise I would have read you guys a story about the solo adventures of some of the classes. But that's kind of awkward. Because now I feel like, now I really don't have enough time for that anymore. Even though I might have still. Let's see. Do I have the layout for that already still? I don't think so. I would need to recapture it, which I guess would kind of work. Really looking forward to that flail though. Even if it's only 70% accurate. What level are we? 17... Oh boy, only 530 experience until 18. And then only 2 more levels. I believe my last attack multiplier was at level 14, if I'm not mistaken. So might Mage. Didn't I? Memory, there we go. That's what I was looking for. That's what I was confused earlier about when I attacked the Windhawk while his wings was closed. Oh, attack that guy. I think that makes more sense. Yeah, he takes full damage in front row. And actually looks comfy on the floor, Galov not so much. Looks like he fell over, which probably is exactly what happened when he got knocked unconscious by his own sword, that is. Alright. You know what, guys? I'm just going to go outside, restock on potions by the silly heal spell. And see whether other encounters don't give me more experience around the area. It's actually kind of unlikely that they would. Also, I gain elixirs for free here, basically. Hey! He actually runs out of MP, I didn't even know that. Maybe Arikratis. Maybe he knocked himself unconscious when he tried to equip the Might Mage robe. He is that clumsy. Could you please stop that? Hey, I get to attack once in a while. And greetings, Hactical. Good evening. How's it going? This looks like a neat challenge. Yep. Very comfy and lean back and relaxed. White 3. Oh, wow. Can now cast 3rd level white spells on Ferris. Which... I guess that's something. Moldwind's probably harder to hit because flying enemies have some inherent evade. I'm reasonably certain that this is not true for a Moldwind though. It's generally true, yes, but Moldwind does not seem to have that property usually when you have a bastard sword. At least I would have never noticed a miss at that point. Why am I not killing white snakes first? Because they are in the back row and I only deal half the damage to the snakes in the back row. I would need 2 attacks to take out the snake. Also, most of the time I just hold the A button, so I'm kind of lazy. That doesn't help. I have tons of money already. Hey, there's the magic shop. Hey. Cure, can, and antidote. Because why not? Weird rover range. It is kind of strange. It's not exactly obvious as to which enemy is in which position. Hey, I got a potion even though I already had 99 potions. You wonder how I will deal with most of the bosses. Very, 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 very slowly. Which means most of them are just going to be run out of MP instead of actually straight up beaten. Oh yeah, there's that. I'm just unlucky. Yeah, I mean 5% is statistically likely to happen multiple times. Oh, don't attack them yet. It's statistically likely to happen multiple times, eventually, the more you do that. Thank you. That's convenient. I mean, 0.25% chance is not that low, all things considered, at least not in my opinion. I'm curious whether the enemy encounters on this floor might be better than the other one. Oh, this one should be the same row. But it's still not even guaranteed that I take out the snake first, even if I target it first. Yeah, it is the same row. I could technically take it out. Think? Not sure. Might be still the back row. Back row damage is, by the way, reduces the multiplier by half. Which means... I think currently I have a multiplier of 6. That was 60 experience for a rather easy encounter. I like that. Aren't there undead in the ship graveyard place? Yes, Mirai, but you need to get there first. You need to beat Carl boss. Garula doesn't use magic, you beat him down slowly. Yep, you do, very, very slowly. Garula is actually going to be rather easy in comparison. And so is going to be Magiza and Forza. Will just take a while. The real difficulty is just the Carl boss before the ship graveyard. He's going to be the real difficulty. I was about to say, I kind of like this place because there are no white snakes for the most part. But sometimes there are, but apparently only in this encounter setting so far. Let's see. I could use magic instead. Well, I still have it. Well, I don't have it anymore. I could heal once more, I guess. But yeah, I like this floor a lot better for fighting. I don't think it gives me more experience. All the enemies seem to give exactly 20 no matter what. But just the white snake not paralyzing me all the time turns out to be way nicer. So I think the encounter rate might be higher here. I like those here because I know they will not use their spells until the third turn. Which, unless I get a low damage roll, none of them will actually get to use their spells. Here, at least one of them will have the chance. If I do a miss or another low damage roll, both of them will be able to cast a spell. Alright, only one of them does. Because most of the enemies just kind of have that kind, like a grace period until they start using their devastating abilities. Like Moldwind will never use his... Can I... No. Moldwind will never use his... Also, we are 18, guys. Just 2 more levels until we are there. Moldwind will never use his... wind ability in the first turn, only the second one, and those guys here seems to be like only the third turn it is. I wonder how many laps we can run. At least the snake is at the front row, so I can eliminate it reasonably easily, quickly. Are there any other white damage spells besides Holy, and when do you get it? No. There are other useful spells in the sense that they actually do something in combat, like Confuse, or Mini. And Berserk. I think that's about it. But Holy is the only offensive one that you can actually target basically any enemy with. But yeah, once I'm past Carl boss, this is going to be a rather simple yet long walk towards Karnak, where I finally get Cure 2, and I will start using more of the... I will start using more of the ship graveyard as a leveling spot for a long time, until I get 99 elixirs. Although it seems like I already acquired quite a stash of elixirs here. 13, wow. Reflect slash wall ring might have some uses as well. Yeah, definitely. You can't just use a wall ring to completely obliterate Omniscient, for example. And probably XDEF as well. XDEF World 2, that is. Shouldn't be that much of an issue. So by the way, is anyone watching the Bowie slash PJ race currently? How are they doing? Is there any news, any reports from that? Who drops elixir so early in the game? Moldwind, in this case. Later on there will be... I'm not sure, those weird wishy-washy water kind of undead guys. I'm not sure what their name is. And also the undead husks. So there are two enemies that actually drop elixirs in the ship graveyard. I believe it's always a 1 out of 16 chance. Later on, there are the zoo enemies, the gigantic birds, that drop elixirs 1 out of 16 times. PJ is currently jumping on crates. Nice. I mean, crates are different from stones, I guess. Or pillars. Rabbi romps like a pasty toast. Crunch, crunch. Nice. You know nothing about it. It looks like the same as it did hours ago, only their health bars are longer. Fair enough. Fair enough. So I pulled up multi-twitch just on the side to check real quick. And it looks like they are on the pirate ship now. Something like that. Wow, that was low damage. There might be 2 arrows on me. Being in the back row really doesn't help here, so I'd rather just run away. Some days ago I was saying something about avoiding spoilers for Dark Souls, more specifically Dark Souls 3. I actually played through Dark Souls 1 on stream. I had some good moderators who were moderating away some of the, let's say, less desired spoilers. I don't usually mind when people are telling me, hey, stop being blind and just go over there, this path is not even hidden, what are you doing? I don't usually mind when people are telling me that, for example. But just in general, for Dark Souls 3 I'm avoiding spoilers. Dark Souls 2 I've played plenty of just off stream. But yeah, I don't really plan on playing through the series as much as I would like to play through Dark Souls 3 at some point. Basically, Dark Souls 1 was my first real blind Dark Souls. After that, I kind of got the concept on what the game was about in a sense. So it was not all that difficult to get into Dark Souls 2 anymore. Which I didn't mind all that much. Although I definitely have a specific set of plans on how I want to handle Dark Souls 3, in the sense that I would prefer if I didn't go a build that allowed me to stay away from the enemy, as in where I actually have to close in and go for close combat instead. That seems way more interesting rather than what I did in Dark Souls 2 initially, where I went with a... I don't even know what to call that. A build where you throw lightning bolts once in a while, and also have plenty of heal and buffs for your weapons. That was a bit easy for my taste to do. Even though I've tried still plenty. But yeah, let's put it this way. There was one specific situation in Dark Souls 1 where I think it was in the sewers area. I'm not even sure you would call that the sewers. Not in the underground city. The sewers area where you find the gigantic, I think, gaping dragon at the end. I literally didn't see one of the passages that was not supposed to be hidden, and I just ran around in circles for about half an hour until people told me about it. As in, I literally didn't see the passage that is not hidden. That's how it worked. It's a bit silly, but, well, that's kind of how I am, I guess. Please stop doing that. Yeah, the thing is, I usually, in pretty much all games I play, if I have the choice, I choose to play the long-range heal-type character, which just stays alive forever. The thing about Dark Souls 1 was I had no idea how to cast magic. I didn't know how that worked at all, so I didn't use any. And that seemed like it was a lot more fun to me than when I, in Dark Souls 2, actually knew about those things afterwards. Ow, let's just run away from this. Just need to have someone who knows the game well at your side to avoid those kinds of things and avoid screwing yourself out of good/important things by decisions. If it's in-game decisions, I'm okay with that actually. Even if I don't get the good things. Unless it's a decision that involves, hey, if you choose this, and I would likely choose this, I would just kind of mean, well, you don't get to fight another boss over there. Those kinds of decisions are just kind of... I guess I would like to fight the boss. Just to see what it's about. With one exception, actually. There is one boss I did not fight in Dark Souls 1. Just because... well, she was nice to me, so why should I fight her? Literally. People told me, hey, you can just attack her, it's a normal boss. Nope, didn't want to. That's just how I work, I guess. But yeah, in general, definitely agree. If it's just someone who says, look, there's an open passage to the west over here. That's not supposed to be hidden, open your eyes. I feel like if I would have someone who tells me those kinds of things after I run in circles for about 5 minutes, that would be kind of fine. The fight against her has a nice gimmick. You even know who I'm talking about? The lady with the scythe. Why did I attack that? I actually still don't know how the fight against her works. I've only ever seen an all bosses speedrun of it afterwards, where they just demolish all bosses anyways. Which is another thing I was contemplating. Maybe if I play Dark Souls 3, depending on how it works out, I may just play the same way I played Dark Souls 1, with a short-range, quick weapon that doesn't deal a whole lot of damage. But I'm not sure that would be something I could do anymore. To give you a frame of reference, what I did in Dark Souls 1 is... wow, that's bad damage. What I did in Dark Souls 1 was I used the scimitar for pretty much the entire game until I arrived at a specific boss. But for the most part, just a scimitar. It was something like +3 or so, because I had no idea about the importance of upgrades, or the stats for that matter, for actually dealing damage. And I actually really enjoyed that because boss fights were really long and drawn out. I learned the patterns very intricately, learned how to dodge and avoid them for lengthy periods of time, and that's kind of what I like doing in those games. So yeah, I only started to finally learn about, hey, weapon damage is a thing, or different weapons are a thing, after I came to, I think he's called Artorias in the DLC in Dark Souls 1. I fought him for a good few hours, and once I almost beat him, as in, he literally had something like 2 or 3% HP left. And then I got too nervous and got beaten anyways. After that, I finally upgraded my weapon and beat him rather easily. The thing is, afterwards I was kind of bummed out that I actually upgraded the weapon, because it felt like I would have earned that kind of victory with a silly weak scimitar against that guy. I mean, the thing is, there are various games where I have employed that strategy just casually, where I feel like, alright, the only way out is in by just increasing my damage to the point where I can beat the boss before he can beat me. I've done that in various games. But the thing is, in Dark Souls, it's just, you can do that to such an extreme that you don't really have to know much about the boss anymore. You can just sometimes rush them down first try, which is... I want to know more about the bosses. Less RNG? I'm not sure, I don't actually remember much about the Artorias boss fight. I just remember that I danced with him for hours and I really liked doing that. The thing is, Artorias seemed to have very few openings for the short-range scimitar, at least from what I could tell. Also, my build was not particularly good, as you might be able to imagine. I didn't prioritize health or stamina a whole lot. But yeah, we'll see about that. Eventually I'll get there. Usually you can't just rush them. Well, I mean, if you find some really powerful weapon buff, whatever combination, sometimes you can. What I kind of liked about Dark Souls 2 is that my general approach to fighting bosses the first few times is just stay away and see what they are doing when I'm staying far away, then close in at some point, see what they are doing when I'm closing in. What I kind of liked sometimes about Dark Souls 2 is that I haven't had enough sustainability, that after a while I was just confident enough in knowing their pattern to actually attack too. Whereas, considering how much sustainability I had, if I just straight up attacked, I could have easily beaten them the first few tries already. Because I wasted so much healing just trying to learn their patterns in the first place. So, quick question. Is there something like the health crystals in Dark Souls 3? Like there is in Dark Souls 2? I would prefer if there are only flasks, but I'm not going to limit myself to only using flasks if there are health crystals in the game. Since I will assume that the game is balanced around using those. Dark Souls 2 was way more freaking than Dark Souls 1. I guess you could say that. The thing is, you had way more control over your character in Dark Souls 2, I think. As in, you just had more freedom in what you could dodge out of. It felt more fluid, more quick in what you can do and how you adapt. I really like that one over Dark Souls 1, even though I appreciate the more decisive now I do this and or now I do this, and kind of have to stick with that decision until well, the decision was over basically. Oh, I see. Fair enough. Oh yeah, by the way, there is at least one fight I remember beating first try in Dark Souls 2. And that is the... I don't know what it's called. The thing in the ship with two faces. One side had maces and one side had samurai swords. I do not know what it is called. What was it called? Sentry Golem? Something like that? That is the... I'm not sure it's the only boss I beat first try in Dark Souls 2, but I definitely remember that one. But the main reason is because I started to notice, oh wow, the water is rising. So I started attacking instead of just dodging. And it was simple enough that I beat him. Flexile Sentry, there we go, thank you. Just checked it, there are no health crystals in Dark Souls 3, been so long since I played it, straight up forgot. I see, thank you. But yeah, Flexile Sentry, essentially the soft enrage mechanic made me attack him more early than I would have attacked other bosses, and so I had enough sustain to survive through the fight. And also beat him in time. I think one of my favorite fights in Dark Souls 2 was... What is this thing called? The weird... I don't even know how it looks anymore. The weird angel that splits into three eventually. I actually really liked fighting that thing. Because it's very simple. You learn the one guy's pattern, and it's really simple and easy to avoid. But once he splits... Is it 2 or 3? I don't even remember that one anymore. Once he splits up, you have to deal with all of the parts who are equally powerful. And just dodge everything. That was really awesome to me, just kind of... I loved getting the hang of listening to sound cues, dodging everything, running around, running to the side and just rolling because I heard a certain sound or noticing, alright, something is just flying up and starting the laser, I need to either get away or get under it. Stuff like that was really awesome for me. And greetings Endanera, what is up? White Mage. How much? The Dark Lurker, yeah, right. Just 2? Alright. Might just be 2. Either way, I like that mechanic where it's easy if it's just 1, but if it's 2, it becomes rather complex all of a sudden. But at the same time, you understand exactly what you're doing at the same time. Or what it is about, anyways. Especially if you face the side with the maces. I don't remember which side it was that was easier, but I definitely preferred one side over the other. Yes, I agree with that, Aricratis. I kind of wish he would have regained all the health after the phase 1, or something like that. Just something that makes it last a bit longer afterwards. I'm not usually a fan of straight up health increase or stat increase, but I feel like that would have served it well over there. I'm curious. 4801. We're soon there, guys, on level 19, then just one more level. And we'll have it. So that's nice. There's a specific goal for this grind session. Yes, level 20, and then I want to beat Carl boss. The first real boss, so to speak. So just about 2,500, more like 3,000 experience more. Which will take a while, to be fair. Yes, that sounds about right, Aricratis. Exactly. I think the last kind of those set fight I had was in... as in before Dark Souls, was in Wings of We. Wait, no, Wings of We was afterwards, wasn't it? Either way, the other fight I remember being kind of like that, where I just enjoyed dancing around the enemy for hours on end, was Belial in Diablo 3. And that took me ages, and I was okay with that. Because my damage output was so atrocious in Diablo 3. On Inferno difficulty, that was. At the same time, it was good enough. As long as I don't die, I will eventually beat the boss. Note to self, no matter which grinding session it is next time, I will just start reading a solo report eventually. Did we reach 19 already? For reference, the reason why I want to have level 20 is for the damage formula. Let me try to pull that up real quick for you guys. Just looking it up real quick. Andromeda fight might be better because I didn't play Diablo 3 as much. For me, I just played Diablo 3 through once. I liked making my way through Inferno difficulty just because it was so stupid. As in, my weapon was by far not good enough to do any significant damage against the bosses, so I just needed to survive long enough. It worked against the Act 1 boss, because I found a spot where the fire on the floor just didn't hit me. And that made it rather easy, and I could just straight up tank him and have enough lifesteal to survive through everything, including basically all my abilities, no matter what. And the other one was... well... I just kind of snuck my way through Act 2 eventually, without having a proper weapon. Into the Belial fight, where I had barely enough damage to get through phase 1, if I remember correctly. Actually, I don't think I even needed much damage, just based on me having the fist ability that teleported me and knocked the enemies just out of their whatever they were doing. They could never attack me. Something like that was it about. And most of the damage came from my weird wind circle ability around me. Alright, attack is... I don't see it. Level times strength divided by 256 plus 2. Oh, I didn't even realize I was in a back attack. That's kind of awkward. Oh well. The level times strength. So... how much strength does Farius have? Let's check that real quick. I think it was 20. You don't gain any strength by level in this game. Strength is 20, yes, alright. So with 20 strength, level times strength with that divided by 256. Oh, that's just wrong way. Wait, I don't think that's how it works. I'll try to find a different place where he uses the formula. Let's see. Level times attack power divided by 256 plus 4. Wait, what? I don't think that's the formula we're looking for. Is it? So that's 20 strength. I'm really confused right now. Hmm. 3, 5, 6. Yeah, it would be rounded down. I'm just confused as to why T-Hawk mentioned I would get at level 20 if that's the case. So I'm kind of assuming I have the formula wrong. Okay, I have the formula over here. Let's see. 20 levels, 20 strength. Alright, I have the formula wrong, I think. The formula is actually divided by 128. There we go, that makes more sense. So, level 20 should give me another attack multiplier compared to level 19. Which is true. Level 20 gives me an attack multiplier of 3. Or plus 3 more specifically. Which is 5 total. So it's actually correct that I get another attack multiplier. Just one more level. So, 2700 XP. To go, guys, we are almost there. Almost there. Ooh, level 12. Level 12? Congratulations. Oh! Rabbi leveled up to level 12. Wow. Nice. It got way better with the expansion though. They dumped the 3 difficulty from and made the game way better, although I prefer Path of Exile. For me personally, I don't like the variable difficulty. That's the main reason why I didn't like Torchlight 2. But that is just me. That is really just me. I feel like 4 difficulties in Diablo 3 were way too many. Listen, I would have been okay with a maximum of 3. Listen, 4 was just too many. In my honest opinion. I should have made Inferno the 3rd difficulty. And then mixed the 2nd and 3rd difficulty somewhere in between. But that's just me. $19.2, yeah. Everything is rounded down in this game, so I absolutely have to get level 20, otherwise it doesn't count. At least Siren doesn't need that much grinding. Siren basically doesn't need any grinding at all. I've done all the grinding until Karnak at this point, I feel. So I could just walk all the way through. Quote-unquote walk. Really slowly. For me, Path of Exile, the most appealing thing is the grid and how you can arrange and how it has some rather extreme abilities and talents. It's really appealing in that sense, but at the same time, I feel like this is a game I would have loved to just play for hours and hours on end about 10 years ago. Where I was willing to spend hours and hours and hours just trying different builds, trying different ideas, and figuring out things. At the same time, Path of Exile's just general look and theme, not a terrible fan of that. Just kind of, it looks the same everywhere. It doesn't matter whether I'm in the first act on the beach or in the jungle, it seems to look everywhere the same to me. Which is not true, obviously, but it's just kind of, that's how it is to me. For me to look for the 3 with changing the difficulty, but I wouldn't want a system like that in Path of Exile, even though they're also looking way into it. Yeah, I don't know anything about Path of Exile's difficulty, it's just kind of... it didn't grab me. It's supposed to look grim. Yeah, I guess that's not for me, I guess. It's probably more like, I don't enjoy that kind of difficulty type, rather than anything else. Since... personally, I absolutely love a bullet hell type games where it's just absolutely clear what is that projectile and I can dodge it. Or what is that attack and I know I'm going to take that attack. Or if I stand further away, I'm not going to take as much damage from that attack, stuff like that. Diablo 2 doesn't look very cheerful either, that's true. I believe the main reason why I played Diablo 2 is because I played it as a kid. I don't think there is much of another reason, it's just I already know the game, so I can enjoy its technical intricacies way better. Which will probably be the same for Path of Exile. Ah, that's annoying. You're a Diablo 2 fanboy, never tried Path of Exile though. I see. I think it's worth giving it a shot. The NPC dialogue is your normal gem. Yeah... I don't really pay attention to NPC dialogue either, to be honest. I would recommend Enter the Gungeon as bullet hell roguelike. Yes. Well, roguelike, as you said. I played that a fair bit, actually. I didn't stream as much, but I was really hooked on that game for quite a while. Until I started seeing quote-unquote everything. Once I finally defeat the final boss, so to speak, it was just kind of, okay, I guess I can try to get the achievement for all bosses flawless, I guess. But that didn't keep me there for much longer, unfortunately. The one had the creepiest music and the look, it was super dark. I can agree with that. Never played it myself, but from what I've seen, I don't think I would have played it as a kid. I would have been way too scared. Pretty sure. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure what it is about being able to change the difficulty about the game on the fly when you want to, why I dislike it so much. I'm really not entirely sure. It's probably mostly connected to me feeling like it's less of, as in it lessens my sense of achievement if you can't just say, I played this game through on the hardest difficulty, if it doesn't automatically imply that you play through it all the way. Which is a weird thing for me, since I'm not usually the type of person to brag anyways. Just kind of... I guess that's it for me, probably. Ah, fresh meat. Yeah, I can't replay. I can't do that one. Oh, yeah, that, I would have probably done the same, Heiserman. I would have probably done the same. I remember trying to play Diablo 2 for the first time. I was such a scared kid back then. Just really scared, slowly through the catacombs. Then in the end... Oh, that was the boss. Okay, I guess. And then suddenly you're in the desert, everything is way brighter, so it was way easy to progress. And yes, especially fluid scaling difficulties. I don't think it can work for me personally. Because the type of difficulty scaling I prefer is when, let's say, the enemies gain more abilities, they gain more access to what they can do, and not just a flat stat increase. Like, if you look at Wings of We, for example, it's not an RPG or action RPG for that matter, but the difficulty scaling in that game is done really well. Most of the enemy attacks have something additional to them on the highest difficulty compared to the normal difficulty. And most of the enemies have additional phases, they have different phase transitions, the entire boss fight is just completely different. But still recognizable from your average difficulty. You want me to turn off the stream? Oh? Why is that? You're trying to use a needler? Oh, because of the... Wow, that took me a while. I don't mind scaling if it's done right, and where it's being done. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. For me personally, I feel like there is no way it can be done right for my taste. I'm not saying it can't be done right in general, it's just for me personally. I prefer the difficulty setting like Dark Souls. There is only one difficulty initially, but depending on how you play, the game gets easier or harder. Wait, that's a thing in Dark Souls? I didn't realize that's actually a thing in Dark Souls. I thought it had just one type of difficulty, that's it. Or do the enemies slow down and stuff? Sometimes flat stats increase really alters the difficulty of the game's style. Yes, agreed. I definitely agree with that. And it can be really awesome. Like earlier I mentioned the Dark Lurker boss in Dark Souls 2. I would have loved if he had twice as much HP in phase 2. Just so the fight would last a bit longer. And greetings romancing, yep, solo white mage challenge it is. It's not going to be in a single sitting in case you're wondering. How is that possible? A lot of grinding and planning. I'm almost level 20 here, which is my goal, where I get another attack multiplier. Difficulty scaling by stats is usually pretty cheap. There needs to be an adaptation in playstyle, not just having X more potions or more grinding and you'll beat the boss, hard boss as easily. Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying flat out that stat increases or HP increases can't make the fight more interesting, because it definitely can, but for the most part it doesn't. In Diablo 3 you have to ears for speed so you can dodge projectiles the higher you go. That's nice, I like that. Oh, in Dark Souls 3. Yeah, definitely. That's if you know that gear actually affects your movement speed, which I didn't realize in Dark Souls 1. Might just be done me. As an example, Girl Wars 2 scaling was done horribly. They scaled it down to the lower level map so you never ever get to feel master power as you try to turn into. Yeah, I don't like that either. This is kind of... I don't know, I kind of want to bash some low level mobs once in a while. Or enemies for that matter. That's a big reason why I like Ragnarok Online. Once you do your build right, once you get stuff right, or specifically get equipment for specific enemies, you completely obliterate them, which is really nice. You can cheese Butcher with the bow though. He can't open doors, so just hide behind one of the walls with iron bars and shoot him. Wow. Nice. Has it been done before? Yes. That's kind of what I'm aiming my directions towards, as in just kind of... I've read through the solo report of T-Hawk. T-Hawk has done a solo Mage challenge report. Probably other people have done it as well, I would imagine. But he is the one guy who just completely wrote the report for it and detailed his journey and experience through it. So that's kind of what I'm, I guess, doing it after, which is also why I'm farming in here, gaining elixirs in the process, which I will need. Have you played Payday? Difficulty changed from being able to move around freely to basically getting pinned down in a corner. Never played Payday. To be fair, even when scaled down in Guild Wars 2, there is still significant kill speed in low-level areas compared to high-level. Yeah, I guess, but it's just not the same. Especially when you are like me, where I actually always watch the damage numbers very closely when I'm playing various games that have damage numbers. If I start realizing, whoops, suddenly my damage is 10 less than it was before on average, I'm either missing a buff or the enemy has certain immunities or higher defense or something like that. The one thing I really liked about Guild Wars 2 was the jumping challenges. I kind of wish World of Warcraft would have had those. To be fair, I made the jumping challenges in World of Warcraft for myself anyways. Just jumping everywhere on top of stuff. Because I like doing that. I have no idea how scaling is done in Legion. I would need to look that up to be more detailed. Did I reset the timer at some point by accident, or is it really only 1 hour 40 so far? Pretty sure I reset the timer by accident sometime, didn't I? Wow, Ferris is now White Mage 5. It's pretty quick actually. The zone scale to your level. Your time was over 3 hours early. Yeah, it was. I reset it once by accident by using the calculator. I must have done the same again sometime and just didn't realize it. Weird. Oh well. I'll just take the VOD at the beginning and then look at the timer of the VOD, how long it took me for the next one. That's weird. Another thing I liked about Dark Souls difficulty is that they implemented different kinds of AI, meaning that if you manage to learn to play against the monsters, some of the NPC invasions could still kill you easily, because they mimic very well the behavior of PvP enemies, and it is completely different fight against a normal mob. Oh yeah, I agree with that. Although, usually most of those NPC invasions I kind of cheese one way or another anyways. Wow, first a miss and now a low damage roll. That's pretty unlucky. The clown will get a spell in. I see. Yeah, that's fair, XF. Dark Souls combat equals poke them in the butt 20 times. I mean, in a fair few situations that is definitely the case. Once you start realizing that more often than not, the safest spot is being right next to the enemy, to his side, left or right. And then just wait for his attack and then, well, run away. Or attack afterwards. I tried to remember how I actually dealt with those big guys in Blighttown. I remember it not being difficult at all, but I don't remember what I did to make it not difficult. There's a good chance I just used bow and arrow through that section, because I remember I found the weird kind of rotten dragon guy, and I just started shooting him with arrows until he was dead, and there was in no danger at all. Which I do that if I have the opportunity to. I actually really like the concept of Blighttown. It may not have been a particularly pleasant place to traverse, but the concept to me was just kind of fascinating. That gigantic space under the island, where there's even more space further below, it felt kind of like a strange world in itself. Frame rate? All gone. Blighttown? Did you pick Paris for a particular reason? Not really. I just like her the most. And she doesn't have any particular disadvantage compared to... I guess Butts has the biggest advantage by having one more strength compared to Galuf and Ferris. He would need, I think, one less level to gain the next strength multiplier. Oh, right, I can do this. Hang on a second. So, with 21 strength, you would need... let's see. Yeah, you would only need level 19 with strength of 20. So that would make it reasonably much easier, in fact. All those dart shooting dudes, I shot them back with my bow. That fancy rare moss. True, I remember picking up a lot of that moss. But yeah, that poison was pretty heavy, to say the least. I think this may have been one of those places where I specifically equipped some armor items that protected more against poison. I'm not even sure I did that in Dark Souls 1. But what I specifically remember about Blighttown, Dark Souls 1, was that I actually used the back entrance through the Draken Valley. And I didn't realize it was the back entrance. So what I did is, I wonder what's over there, and I made my way all the way over to the actual entrance of the area. Just to realize, oh, I can't open this door, I have no clue how. And people told me, well, you just backtrack all the way to the normal entrance. I still have no idea how you get to the normal entrance from the other side, or how you open it. Because why would you ever enter it from there? That seems rather annoying. But I definitely love the world of Dark Souls 1, it's so nice. Blighttown is the FPS challenge you need to face to earn the reward of Ash Lake. Ash Lake? I don't remember much about the Ash Lake. Was that in Dark Souls 1? Yeah, I think it was, because that's where... I actually was down there in Ash Lake, but I didn't see any monsters or something like that. It was pretty empty, I think. That entrance is when you skip the whole Blighttown. Yeah, apparently you do. Which I didn't realize, so I went back through it anyways. Yeah, I was actually in the Ashen Lake, and I was amazed on how it looked, but I just didn't know what I was supposed to do there. I know about it, and I know having been there, but I remember being slightly disappointed as to there was nothing to do. I think there is actually a part with the other knight dude, that you have some form of side quest there? Or was it his daughter involved? I don't really remember. Wheelock. Yeah. The one thing about Dark Souls 1 is... after I beat the main game, people just started telling me, hey, go over here, hey, go over there. Just because I missed so many things. For example, after beating Quelaag, I never knew about her sister being hidden away. I just never went there, and I only learned about it after later. I thought the Ash Lake that I remember was rather empty, as in literally nothing there. Maybe I'm mixing up something. I think there were mushrooms in the tree along the way to the bottom, though, which I've just mostly skipped. I think it's beautifully atmospheric and it has a nice connection to the lore of the world. It does. I just had no idea what it was. Since I didn't really understand anything about the lore at all, I didn't really realize that I was an undead until I started looking up some videos from Bati. Basically, I have no idea what I was doing the entire time. I was just kind of stumbling along my path. It had a few dragon skills, an NPC and a few Hydra mobs, I think. I just don't remember there being anything at all. Do you have to do a side thing just to make them appear? Because I didn't do much side things at all, I don't think. If I recall right, it had a Hydra, a few crabs and the last dragon, which was not a boss but a covenant. Oh, that's true, there was a dragon thingy down there. Which, by the way, I had no idea what covenants were until after I stopped playing Dark Souls 1. This kind of covenant? Yes, no, I have no clue. Why would I do that? Grinding the Wind Shrine? Yep. We're almost 20, Jintatsu. He could even still cut off his tail, he didn't even aggro. Wow. I didn't learn that cutting off dragon tails is a thing for most of the dragons until... well, after I started looking up Dark Souls 2 stuff. It's easy to miss the lore of Dark Souls, but it's really great and absolutely worth learning about. I agree with that. There are many videos, especially Vati's, that I've watched and just kind of was mesmerized by the content. It's actually not the type of lore that I could learn about myself. I am way too less attentive for these kinds of things. Unless I played the game for specifically that, or play it for so long that eventually I just happen to pay attention to those things. It's a refreshing take on storytelling. Nobody is spoon-feeding you all the details, you have to piece things together yourself. Yeah, in that sense it's a lot like Terranigma, by the way. Terranigma is that kind of mysterious, at least from what I would say. Just kind of... it's there. You can piece it together yourself if you'd like to. You get the beginning portion of the story, maybe a middle piece, and that's about it. You don't know how it ended. Could you please stop the back attacks? I mean, 1 in 16 chance to get an elixir, I have 14 so far. So you can kind of imagine how many mold wins there were so far. And yes, Thipios, I remember learning about that, which is kind of neat. What I really like about Dark Souls 1 is you could beat pretty much everything, even if it's, let's say, the developers kind of intended you to avoid certain enemies, like the dragon on the bridge. You could still beat it if you were determined enough and learned enough about it, even if it basically one-shots you. Where you genuinely discover the story at your own leisure. Yeah, I'm not sure it's that rare, but basically discovering the story at your own leisure, and the story then subsequently being worthwhile, is not something you necessarily come across all the time. There are a lot of games that don't push the story forward particularly much. But that's because the story is not the main focus. But you can make it the main focus in Dark Souls, which is rather unique. Oh, come on. We would be able to beat every boss with every weapon, you just need to learn it, and the weapon of the boss, indeed. So basically, Dark Souls 1, eventually I just figured, well, let's just try to beat that very first boss you meet the very first time without a proper weapon. That took a while, but it was fun. I like doing that. That's also kind of why I like doing those stupid challenges right here. Because why not? Might as well. A similar boss, or a similar thing, is actually in Sultan Sanctuary, if you guys know about that. With the small difference that the first boss you meet there, in your initial, let's say, introduction to the game, the normal way is that you get beaten by it. But you can beat it, and this is your only option to beat it, well, without using glitches anyways. The thing is, one thing that kind of bummed me out a little bit, I've always been really a big fan of scythe-type weapons in general games. But when I got a scythe in Dark Souls 2, it was not my weapon at all. It didn't work for me. But that was a bit unfortunate. Well, I hope you like this, CPS. There's a neat mod for Dark Souls 1 where I randomly change your weapon, meaning you have to adapt to the weapon and be able to change your strats immediately for each boss. Makes it very interesting to replay. I see, I actually remembered seeing a run on YouTube by Lobos for that. To be completely honest with you, that looked more annoying than interesting to me personally. Oh, come on. So many back attacks now. You know that I'm going to get out of here very soon. I think one of my favorite weapons turned out to be the Artoria sword. I believe anyways that was in Dark Souls 2. Where your special attack, if you put the sword in your left hand, your heavy special attack is just a front flip with a stab at the end. I just love doing that, and it gave me some additional mobility which I didn't usually have. So that was really awesome. We are almost there, guys. We are almost there. 323 more experience. Really like the game. Also going for the pistol weapon started to trigger the last bosses rather fast. Oh, I see. The thing is, I deliberately avoided ranged weapons because playing on keyboard ranged weapons aiming is kind of questionable. I just didn't want to deal with that. But I can definitely see that. Because I was walking counterclockwise. Nice. I don't think it's been a while since I've been hit by arrow last time. I used up 53 potions so far in this grind. pistols work more like shotguns actually and deal insane amounts of damage mid-range. Oh, interesting. I've never tried them, to be honest. I just really got attracted to my halberd type weapon because it could both poke and slash really well. I like that one. It's interesting how, when we get to talk about difficulty and difficulty scaling, Dark Souls automatically comes to mind, because it's just a single difficulty, and based on how you play, it's more or less difficult. No question here, but why are your dudes dead? That is because this is a solo character's solo chop challenge, which means I don't want him to get any experience or I don't want to have them contribute anything to the fight. So the idea is just to have this one single character with Ferris do everything, literally everything. Which also means she gets the full amount of experience just for herself, without it being distributed to the other characters either. So it's basically a pretty stupid challenge run where you're only allowed to use a white mage. Other chop classes are way more suitable for this kind of challenge. But hey, white mage is awesome, right? For melee I use daggers because I prefer the speed of the combos and dodge easily. Also the dex scanning comboed well with pistols. That makes sense. I think I had... what did I have for range when I needed it? Actually I used throwing poison knives for ranged. I just love the concept of poisoning enemies everywhere. Awesome. Just keep up the poison damage. I only have to hit the enemy every 5 seconds to keep it up or something like that. No problem, Akultra. If anyone else has questions, just feel free to ask. If you're curious about something, just ask, that's okay. Ferris gained a level! We are level 20, guys, we arrived! Oh my god, that took ages. Not ages, more like 5 hours? Wow. We need to finish Salt and Sanctuary one day, only a few hours in. I can't recommend it, just stick to the portions where you feel like you're getting annoyed and push through until you feel like you found your favorite weapon. I did not mean to say yes! Now it's explaining the chop system to me. But yeah, I feel like Salt and Sanctuary got kind of irritating early on, until I found the weapon that I really like playing with. Also, at some point I realized, I'm not sure whether that's a spoiler for you or not, I hope it's not, that you can actually combo attacks with weapons based on your heavy and weak attacks and your attack direction. And those are actually quite neat. Give me back my white mage! No, don't do that. Stop it. Stop it. No, no, stop it. Stop the tutorial. Maybe a black mage, I have to start over. I think it actually is just literally tutorial. Yeah, it keeps everything that we had so far. Save. So that was 4 hours and 6 minutes in-game time. Actually, not 5 hours. So that's good. I just really love the concept of Metroidvania and Dark Souls difficulty. Yeah, for me it was actually, if I knew it was a Metroidvania, that would have been a turn-off instead, honestly. Since I kind of like reading and knowing about Metroidvanias if they are done well, but I'm not a particularly big fan of playing them myself, to be completely honest. Most of the time anyways. Which, that's not actually true. It's more like, I have a hard time getting into a Metroidvania, but once I'm into it, it's quite fine. It's not that I don't like them, just kind of, it feels like, okay, I have this ability now, everywhere do I need to go and check for all those things? Super Metroid was really well designed in that I never really got stuck anywhere. But that might also be to a large degree because I've watched the speedruns of it. Midnight Moth! Hey Weasel, how are you doing? Hey! My goal was to defeat Carl Boss. I didn't quite expect it to take this long. Also, considering that was 4 hours, let me actually adjust my timer real quick. What did we say? 4 hours? 24, whatever. This is more accurate than the previous thing. I'll get the exact timer later. You're drunk, Kurt. Don't destroy anything, Weasel! And drink a lot of water. Started to sketch mechs today. You probably suck at them. I mean, most people suck at something when they just started. Just keep at it and they'll get better. Arlabos is annoying solo? Yep. Guess why I went up to level 20 to get the next attack multiplier. I have to get in something like 9 attacks in, I think. You're drinking pineapple juice right now. I guess that kind of works, but if it's too thick, you may still want to consider just getting straight up water. But pineapple juice is really good. I like doing that. Wow. Oh, I want pineapple juice. Thank you. If you're good at wall jumps, you can pretty much go wherever you want in Super Metroid. You don't even need to be good at wall jumps, you just need to be able to bomb jump. And yes, I agree. With the exception of the areas that actually damage you when you don't have the correct suit. It's really thick. Oh. Fair enough. I love this music, by the way. Do you mind if I just sit here for a minute? Listen to it. Pineapple juice is amazing if you use your voice. I actually never knew that. That sounds interesting. Good to know indeed. Okay, let's move on. I love how the pirates are just really... They really like their captain. And the captain really likes their pirates too. It's kind of... What kind of pirates are those? It's more like Faris adopted a bunch of orphans and they are just not willing to give her up. Teaspoon of Listerine? I don't even know what Listerine is currently. I probably knew at some point. Listerina's mouthwash? Oh, that's where I know it's from. I see. Actually, let me open the door first. Wow. Immediately a battle. She didn't even manage to finish off one of her low-level friends. You won't run away. It's just a teaspoon, not saying you should chug a bottle. Interesting. I learned to love cranberry juice during my stay in Mexico, but in Europe it's absolutely overpriced and they advert as some kind of ambrosia. Make it even more overpriced. I don't even like cranberry juice. Why would you like that? Oopsie. Yeah, I never understood the cranberry thing either. I guess you can't like it. I don't mind. Not for me though. Alright, this might take a while, guys. We are finally moving on towards the next boss, which is called Carla Boss. And Carla Boss is quite the monster for a solo character. Because he has two abilities that make it just a complete and absolute nightmare. His abilities are called Tail Screw, which reduces your HP to critical, as in less than 10%, less than 10 HP more specifically. That is one, and the other one is called... I don't know what the other one is called. Either way, what it does is it paralyzes your character, which is really bad. How many attacks do I need to get in against Carla Boss? So let's see. Tentacle it is called. It does a bit of damage and paralyzes my character. Tentacle it is called indeed. So the best thing he can do is just attack instead. That's 50 damage. Tentacle. There's a good chance he will use Tail Screw. and then just an attack afterwards where I literally can't do anything about it. Or tentacle again until I don't get to do anything anyways. More tentacles. The second tentacle doesn't really make much of a difference. Well, this one does. The white mage is just too slow. Uh-oh. I might be straight up dead here. And I am. Rip. Yep. Attempt number 1. Failed. I got 1 attack in, guys. That's just kind of how this goes now. Let's see. Has 650 HP. If I deal 50 damage, I will need to hit him a total of 13 times. But I don't know what my average damage is. Is Fairy striking the 3 bodies along the whole journey? Of course. So that is 20. Well, and this begins again. And good night. Annihilated. And number 2 failed. 35. Oh, 33 actually. Isn't it 33? 650 divided by 20. That is 5. That's 30. Well, 32 and a half actually. Yep, Mirai, that seems to be the case, unless I actually get to act in between, if I'm not paralyzed that is. Can you get tail screw? You can. $30. The question is, should I just use an elixir? Sure, let's just use elixirs, whatever. That way I don't have to worry about straight up damage either. Hey, we got 2 attacks in, so that's 80 damage. What is the rules to get past Antline? I will just use one of the other characters to do the damage. In fact, I will probably just raise a second white mage to do that solo portion over there. That is probably the easiest thing I can do. Hey, that's 100. Almost 1/6 of the way there, guys. $155. Hey, we are getting real damage numbers right now. 215. This is why we need the elixirs, by the way. I don't want to spend more than the absolute necessary amount of turns healing. If it just is stamina accumulation would be killing me, that would be really bad for me. Oh, Tailscrew actually missed. 275, I think. The other 20. $385. $435. So, Tailscrew again, please. Oh. You got a bunch of damage in there. It's really just mostly the paralyzed tentacle. Yeah, the paralyzed tentacle and Tailscrew combo that kills me. Also, apparently, considering that I'm reasonably high level, I have a chance to avoid getting hit by Tailscrew in the first place, as in it just straight up seems to miss. Ah, come on, that's rude. Let me go, guys. 8 legs does 9 damage, that doesn't make sense. I disagree with this. "16 successful attacks to win." Probably. Do you have something on ability to avoid being paralyzed? Nope. None at all. The only item in the game that allows you to avoid being paralyzed is a ribbon. Only dancers and the basic bear job class can equip ribbons. And you don't get a ribbon until Karnak Castle, which is quite a ways away. Not that far, but... 9 damage, 8 leads plus headbutt. I guess we can go with that. Is 84%. Yeah, I guess I can miss once in a while, so that's nice. That's to lower the proc. Actually, no, you always get paralyzed, I believe, as soon as you get hit. I don't think there's a way to avoid getting paralyzed. Not even the stats help you. So it's just a flat out... what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4... A 2 in 3, a 1 in 3, and 1 in 3 chance per turn to have Tentacle actually hit you. 50. All party is dead. No, Ferris is clearly alive. 105. Ow. Unless he tail screws again, I'm dead. Oh, I need. Attempt number 5. So, by the way, T-Hawk described it took him 25 tries. So, let's see how long it takes us. This is the more frustrating parts of Final Fantasy. Or you just lean back and enjoy the show, because there's nothing you can do about it anyways. Yep, what I have no name. This is pretty much accurate. I believe Tentacle is technically a physical ability, so if you had physical evasion like an equipment called the Elf Cape for 30%, the Guardian Dagger for... I don't know how much. Or the Chop class ability like Dodge from the Ninja, you would have a chance to dodge the tail screw attack. And the other attack. Tail screw is magical. Would I still say that out of 40 tries? Sure, why not? No, I mean, we'll see. Maybe I get annoyed and just say, well, good night guys, I don't want anymore. After like 10 tries. We'll see. 25! Oh my god. And we're tentacled again. Thank you, Iserman. The thing is, if you do something like this, you need to know that it's going to turn out this way if, well, you are really willing to do this. So you're just kind of mentally prepared for this in the first place. You can't really just get annoyed by something simple like that, because there's going to be way more ridiculous things ahead. I kind of think at least one fight where it's a fair bit more ridiculous than this one. This one is just kind of, well, let's just walk all the way back until we beat him again. Right. This fight can't be worse than Berserker Sandworm, right? Well... yeah, I guess this is not as bad. Because for the Berserker Sandworm you have to level up a fair bit longer for it to be a reasonable chance to actually work. Yeah, it's multiplicative, which means Guardian Dagger plus Elf Cape is exactly 50% chance. Yes, Iserman, exactly. This is not normally the type of challenge I enjoy. I'm not sure why I really like it this way around in Final Fantasy V. Just kind of, it's totally random whether you get it or not. It's really all about your mindset on whether you're prepared for it. Hey, I got to attack. That's nice. 50 damage. I wonder what the statistically likelihood is of actually beating this boss. That would be a rather big spreadsheet. We are at 100 damage now. You still scream at your screen. I mean, I'm not sure. I might be weird. But I just never had a reason to get annoyed about the game as long as I know what it's all about. Oh hey, we're lucky. Yay. Is there something else like you can do, like gain a few levels? Technically speaking, yes. I could gain a bunch of levels. So the thing is about gaining a bunch of levels is essentially what you gain is potentially slightly more damage. It's not much, but you could level up something like 7 more levels to gain another attack multiplier and deal on average about 10 damage or 15 damage more, something like that. 130. 165. So for the most part, levels don't really do much unless you have abilities or stuff that scales off of levels in the first place. What it can do for you is, in this case, the tail screw attack has a 1% less chance to hit you every time you gain another level. So currently it's at 84% chance to hit. If I gain one more level, it would be an 83% chance to hit. Whether that's worthwhile for you to do that just for a single level or not, that would be basically up to you. I don't think that's terribly worthwhile, to be honest. And levels do not give you any speed whatsoever. Your speed is purely determined by the class you currently have, and whether you have a haste or slow status on you. I mean, there's something like a breakpoint you do for it after you slap him 12 times instead of 16. Yes, that's kind of what would happen at something like level 27. You probably would gain another attack multiplier at 27, so you would need to hit him 3 or 4 times less on average. But gaining 7 levels this early, 7 more levels this early in the game would probably take quite a long time. I wish I kept track of the HP, because if he was close to death I would probably risk an attack instead of healing if Tailscrew were actually to hit. Ow. Not necessary in this case. To 65. Yeah, what I have no name says is pretty much accurate. It would improve the chances to having to deal about 3 or 4 less hits, I would say, on average. Which, that's quite a difference. So if your average damage is 51, that's about 13 attacks instead of... How much is it otherwise? 42 is about... 5 is 200, 10 is 420... 12... 16. Made more than 16 attacks on average currently. So you would save about 3 attacks. Yeah, what I have no name just said. Time to sleep. Alright, I wish you a good night, Iserman. Rest well and thank you for dropping by. Don't dream of too many lobsters, they are not nice to you. Yeah, I will pretty much agree with I have no name. It's kind of even an edge case questioning whether it was worth to level up to level 20. It probably is. You win at level 20 instead. Since you don't just gain levels, you also gain some elixirs, which improve your chances. So if I were to use the heal spell instead, I would heal for about 100 HP. But the problem with that would be that most of the time, Tail Screw is going to reset the HP anyways. However, if I just hit a string of the enemy only attacks or only uses Tentacle instead of ever using Tail Screw, that would make it way more likely than for me to be able to attack instead of having to heal again. So that's why I use elixirs instead of any healing whatsoever. Makes more sense. Lobsters are nice when they are on a plate. I never had lobster, but based on my previous experiences with seafood, I probably wouldn't like it. Let's see, what was the attack pattern? The same one again. Oh, thank you. You actually survived this one. Let's see. Fight tentacle, tentacle. So fight tentacle, tail screw, fight tentacle, tail screw. The tail screw is always a maximum of a 1 in 3 chance in 2 out of 3 rounds. But tentacle is way more likely to occur. 65, good start. That's 100. And greetings, Jan Chaton. How are you doing? That's probably going to kill me. Oh, I was lucky. In early America, they used to feed lobsters to prisoners, and prisoners called it cruel and unusual punishment. Weird. Next never draw. What is this, attempt number 8? Something like that. This fight is so rude, you could say that. That is quite accurate. They are basically bugs. Yeah. I'm not opposed to that description. I can see that. But at the same time, bugs can taste really well if they are well prepared, I guess. If Ferris was just a little bit faster, Ferris would get turned in before Carla was third. Right, only Lena would get that right. But at the same time, if Lena, I would need to gain something like 2 or 3 more levels for the same attack multiplier. Thank you, Avenonin, and enjoy your food. He's fast. Ferris is faster than Lena. Well, really? Are they the one that is faster? 55. I probably want to bring the elixir up top and then save again, just to make it a bit easier for the menuing here. tentacle again. I think this is going to be a tail screw. If it's tail screw, I'm dead. Alright, that's okay. Because this is turn number 1, 2 and 3 chance of tentacle. Next one could be tail screw and then another tail screw and 1 in 9 chance. Or just an attack, that's way nicer. Tentacle again. Next one is a high likelihood of tentacle again. Oh, I was actually wrong in my sequence. Never mind. I thought he was at a different point in his AI script. Attempt number 9. Actually... By the way, this is technically a dungeon. If you have a thief in your party, you can speed up your boat. Which is quite interesting. Let's try again. We are not. 1 in 3 chance for tail screw. Alright. So next one is a 2 out of 3 chance for tentacle. Nice. Next one is 1 out of 3 for each of those attacks. Tail screw. Next one could be tail screw again. I could gamble on the 1 out of 3. Alright. Alright. Next one is a 1 out of 3 out of each. Next one is either tentacle or tail screw. Either tentacle or attack, so I have to heal. No way around it. Nice. So next one is 1 out of 3. Next one could be tail screw, then I'm dead. Okay, I'm dead. Because there is no second tail screw in that portion of the AI script anymore. I'm starting to learn the patterns. Yay. Technically speaking, I could just reset when I know I'm dead, but there's always the chance that I miscounted or wrong part of the AI script myself. So, just for that chance, I'm going to play it out anyways. But knowing that I'm dead doesn't really help me. I mean, my decisions are not going to be necessarily different. I don't even know where that music comes from. I will also go out and get myself some food. Good luck with the rest of the run and thanks for watching the stream. Alright. Alright, Crowdies, have a nice evening and take care. And enjoy your food. Speaking of food, I technically have food here. So I would need a bit of preparation, so I might want to do that on the side, I guess? I'm not sure. Nice, alright, that was a 1 out of 3 for an attack instead of anything else, so that's nice. Tentacle. The next one is the tail screw, I'm dead. Thank you very much. Not much I can do about that. Eight legs does 10 damage. I guess the headbutt portion did too this time. Not nice. I'm not going to bother to heal up because, well, HP is not going to make much of a difference, is it? Not usually anyways, unless I have a really, really lucky string. Hey Mercury Frog, thank you for the host. And good evening, how are you doing and what were you doing, if I may ask? How's it going? Nice, 1 out of 3 chance. 45. Root. Why do they keep changing it? I don't know. Probably because it's fun for them. I think next one has to be tentacle or attack. Oh, I was wrong. This could be... Oh, I was lucky. Next one has to be a tentacle or an attack. Nope. Next one is a 1 out of 3 chance tail screw. That's nice. Next one is a 1 out of 3 chance for everything. That's nice. I think paralyzation is really the bigger offender, Mercury Frog. Well, while that's true, he only kills me with tail screw. Without paralysis, I would just be able to heal up infinitely, if necessary. That sounds about right, Mirai. I don't remember how many hits it was. Also, I have not kept track of damage here in this case. Oh. At least I know where he's in the script again. Oh, nice. An attack. Next is an attack for Tentacle. I have to heal, absolutely. Next can be Tail Screw, so that would be annoying. But the next one can be a Tail Screw as well, so I could be safe. Hey, that's nice. Okay, I have to elixir this one. I think I only kept track of the HP. We've been fighting since a while. I should have kept track probably. Next one is Tentacle or Attack, so it's fine. Okay, I could risk it. But it's a 1 in 3 chance that I succeed. There. Next one is Tentacle or Attack. On 300. That means not even halfway through. Next one can be Tail Screw and then I would be dead. Alright, at least that didn't happen. 1 out of 3 chance to attack, please. Oh. Yeah. Oh, no chance. No choice, so to speak. Oh, nice. I get to attack. Hey. And greetings, Brain in Black. You could say that. Next one is Attack or Tentacle, so I'm safe. The next one is a 1 out of 3, please. Thank you. Next one is once again Tentacle or Attack. Oh, I was wrong. I'm dead actually. That's unfortunate. I was in the wrong part of the ice script. Not that it mattered. Not like I could do anything about it. I thought that was actually the second attack. Wasn't. It was the first one. Might not be enough elixirs. I mean, I have to hit a string of attacks anyways. So it will work out. I feel like it would have been enough elixirs. I mean, technically speaking, the deadly combo is when he uses Tail Screw after a paralyzation. So the first round is a 2 out of 3 to paralyze me. The second round is a 1 out of 3 to use Tail Screw or paralyze. The third round is a 1 out of 3 to Tail Screw or paralyze again. If he Tail Screw on the third attack after I've been paralyzed on the second attack, I'm just straight up dead. There's nothing about that. But there's a small chance that I would survive 1 out of 3 times if I get paralyzed and then Tail Screwed on the second attack. Three left. I see. It was less than 250 damage, I think. So I have to heal this one here, for example. There is no way around it. Is there a way to get more speed before this fight? Nope, not at all. 1 out of 3 to Tail Screw, 1 out of 3 to Tentacle. Next one is Tentacle again, so I'm safe. So... don't Tentacle, please. Ow. Don't Tail Screw, please. Alright. Next one is 1 out of 3 to attack, 2 out of 3 to Tentacle. Okay. So next one is a 1 out of 3 to Tail Screw, and that's how I survive. Oh well. Let me actually change this up slightly. By just walking a few steps, get into an encounter here. Running away. That's just moving on. All this is doing is making me very glad that I went with my Fiesta team as a solo. Ranger here isn't too bad with the speed advantage and strength boost. Did you unlock the chops early, I guess? Or did you use a randomizer? Gee, the lobsters, they don't even have tentacles. They are usually called whiskers. On lobsters, I would think. Which makes it actually not much less creepy, since he seems to have a lot of control over his whiskers. Good night, Weasel. Don't forget to drink. Take care. Thank you for dropping by. Hey, we get to attack. 40. That was a 2 out of 3 chance. Pretty likely to happen. Oh, Tail Screw missed. Wow. I guess that can happen. That would have killed me otherwise. That is 60 damage. We are in round 1 again. 2 out of 3 tentacle. Alright, that's fine. 1 out of 3 for everything. Attack, please. Oh, I have to heal this one, otherwise he will tentacle or attack next turn. Okay. That's okay. So that's 110. Nice. That was the double tentacle turn. 160. Tail Screw not dead. Tentacle, that's fine. Next one is 2 out of 3 chance for tentacle again. 1 out of 3, anyone? It's okay. So I can heal this no matter what. Next one is 2 out of 3 tentacle again. So far he's not been nice on the... Actually he has been nice once on the first turn. At least he didn't tail screw on the second turn so far, so that's nice. Oh, thank you. That is 205. Oh, thank you. 260. Alright, if he tail screws here, I'm dead. Thank you. 2 out of 3 tentacle. Okay, have to heal because 2 out of 3 tentacle next round again. How much was it? 260? $300 actually. Almost halfway there. So 1 out of 3 tail screw chance, unless otherwise I'm dead. Alright, I'm dead. I'm actually curious about something. We can't save the ship. I really want to test some stuff with the menu opening thing. I would have expected speedrunners to try that out, so I assume it doesn't work anyways. Is it possible to sit on your toe for a few seconds and try to attack just before he does? It might shift the turn order so you go ahead of him for a bit. No, that it has no use. Just purely because whenever you get paralyzed, your turn gets reset anyways afterwards. So there's nothing you can do about this. As soon as he tentacles you, you will be set to the same pattern of the turn again. Okay. Wow, a miss. That's a first. Next one is tentacle 2 out of 3 times, I think. Next one is 1 out of 3. Oh, thank you for blocking that, Ferris. Wow, double dodge on the tail screw. 90. That's pretty impressive. So we need another tail screw now, though. Has anyone kept track of the attempts? Because I have not. Yep, slightly faster and Ferris would get another extra attack in. And then she would also get to move again before Carlo Boss in case he tail screws. Just kind of slightly more speed, ever so slightly more speed, would help us out tremendously here. I wonder, I have no name, how much speed do you need exactly for this to be possible? Around 30 speed, alright. Next turn is harmless. I could get a risky 1 out of 3 chance, but I have enough elixirs. Next turn is harmless. I thought the paralysis wears off based on your speed, just as in you get in a full additional turn. $120. 140. I think the next turn is harmless, but I'm not sure. I lost it where we are currently. Nope, need another tail screw now. Oh, that's nice. He was actually there. Next turn is, I think, harmless, but I'm not sure anymore. I already lost it again. $170. That's nice, thank you. 205. $265. Heart duration, so 24 would give me a bit less duration. I had no idea leveling up did that for you. Also lost how much damage we dealt. About 300 now? Something like that. Let's say 350. Attack, please. About 400 now. Wow. 135. $70. Uh-oh. Wow. Unless he hits Tailscrew, I'm dead. He needs to hit Tailscrew again. What? Oh my god. That was fascinating. So, attack please, or tentacle. That works. Now attack please. Oh. That was the only way I could have survived that one. Oh, attack please. Works. Also, greetings Shiva, good morning, I hope you're doing well. Alright, I feel like we're so close. I have no idea where we are. I wish I knew how much HP he had. I wish I knew how much HP he had, exactly. Then I would risk attacking it if it was within range. Ah, boy. Yes! Oh boy. That was a roller coaster. You have no idea, Shiva. That was amazing. We did it, guys, we did it! I'm sorry for waking you up. That double tailscrew to survive the accumulation of physical attacks. That was ridiculous. Oh my god, I have to highlight that separately. I mean, if you think about it, there's a good chance if I knew how close I was, I would have straight up attacked on the one tail screw instead. Which probably would have worked out. So, lesson learned, guys, just keep track of your damage in the first place, and you might be able to make the victory ever so much more likely. Just blowing through. Take care, Shiva. Don't ride the left, Sandstorm. He's not reliable. The one on the run is way better. Oh, sorry, Mirai. It was pretty fascinating how that went down. Essentially, Caraboss avoided Tailscrew the entire time, and the accumulation of physical attacks would have killed me if he didn't just that one time use Tailscrew twice in a row. That's the only way I would have survived that. Or well, the only way I could have survived that. There's a good... yeah, I feel it sounds about right. That sounds about right. I would go for the 5% miss chance, honestly. I don't mind. It's not true, it's not that I don't mind. It's more like that I would be willing to accept that a potential failure. 5%? Well, 1 in 20, it's not going to work out. Which, I'm okay with that. Brick wall number 1 down, indeed. Next one is going to be... huh. Let's put it this way, there's going to be a few more enemies that are going to be rather annoying and awkward to deal with. But nothing that random. It's just going to take a long time to eventually whittle some of the enemies down. And we finally get a weapon, guys. We finally get a proper weapon. Flail. To give you a reference, this is 7 more base damage. Not a whole lot, but the biggest thing about it is I can now attack from the back row. The worst thing about it is it only has 70% accuracy, so it will miss rather frequently. Well. I don't intend to fight anything here, by the way. Yep, got the flail. I really just want to get to the safe point over there after the cutscene. Monsters can be healed to death? Yep, they can. That is accurate. But I will return here to heal them to death with slightly more efficiency once I have Cure 2 instead. As in, I will be here for a long enough time, I can tell you that much. This is the place where I intend to farm 99 elixirs. So that's my battle plan. Just go all the way to Karnak to buy Cure 2. And then come back here to level for an extended period of time, to say the least. At least then I will know that, well, it's probably just reasonable to straight up go and read some stories along the way. I love that comical moment. Scallop falling out of his bed. You are IRL, Elfaris. You have purple hair. Nice. I like purple. Saved. Oh, you don't have purple hair? Oh. I'm gonna come back after healing stuff after Magisa. I could do that. But I feel like with Cure 2 it's just more efficient. Probably. I don't know. Also I want to get... I also want to get... some mithril daggers from Karnak, so the other characters can kill themselves more easily. Wow, 70% chance to hit. Since with Mithril Daggers they will be able to one-shot themselves. Right now they cannot do that. You have to hit fairies with the tongue. Yes, Mirai, there is. If you go into the inn in the previous town. I would say it's less about being attracted and more about... They just figure out, oh, fairies is actually not a dude. Which makes this scene in this boat here rather awkward, because both Galuf and Bartz learn about it. Considering that they try to take off Fairy's clothes. Then they act all surprised. Yes, right, probably. So why are you not asleep? Am I going to level Butts and Galuf / Kryl for Antline? I'm going to level... probably... I don't know, one of the other I will level for the Antline fight, yes. But that is a bit out of the way for now. So also good evening, Renna Plus, Mirai. I know you have been around here for a while. Ryu. I have no name, I hope you guys are doing well today. Good evening. Did I just use an elixir? I just used an elixir. Because I'm so used to potions being the first slot. Oops. Oh, Galuf, yeah, that's definitely a better choice in that case. That makes sense, I have no name. Definitely agree with this. In fact, it's time to get up. Wow. That's a bit hard. You definitely should figure out a way to get more sleep eventually. Or do you have a race with Nightfall? True, Renoplos, true. The question is, where do I do this? I can think of two spots where it would be kind of efficient to do that. One is inside... Just before Archeo Evis, there is a place where there are Hydras, or Hydoras, rather high level, that are susceptible to Phoenix Downs. And then the other place is in the Dragon Mountain thingy, whatever, in World 2, where there's more stuff susceptible to Phoenix Downs. Ice with me in 20 minutes? I may have forgotten you. Siren. Let's go. Haste. I'm actually strangely okay with this. I'm not okay with this one though. So 2 out of 3 attacks so far, Ferris just straight up missed. Ah, that's irritating. Don't bear claw me. Thank you. So we cure her to death in her undead form, actually. He only has... I don't know how much HP he has. She dies rather quick. I'm not concerned about it. Bear Hug. Well, we put you there while you were sleeping. And you just kind of sleepwalked for some coffee along the way. No, don't put frogs in there. It's rude. To put yourself in the food box, I don't think that's a good idea. I really don't think that's a good idea. How much does she have? 950, I think. Mute, that would be annoying. Bear hug. Yep. He's apparently a bear in disguise. $900 even. Alright. Thank you. Oh, but probably I used the antidote earlier. That poison does so much damage. But the thing is, Bear Hawk immediately applies poison again. Fair enough, thank you, I have no name. That would make it the berries? It's a bit of an odd one. I should have kept track of the health anyways. This is something like attack number 7 or 8. Oh, it was 9. Bronze shield. We win. Don't have an antidote spell, sure, but I cost MP. I mean, there's no reason to not use the antidotes from my inventory. I am a mod. Put coffee in the box, right? Meow. Right? Meow. Oh boy. Why is a cute little kitty? Don't pet it. It scratches. Coffee cannot go into the food box currently. So, and we finally get some more items. Might as well get this thing. Hunt it out. I don't know what it is, but this is probably my least favorite theme in the entire game. It's kind of... I don't like it. Not sure why. It doesn't fit. To me. For me. I don't know why. Let's see whether we have some more white mage spells. Hey. Ooh, cure, a mute, and armor. Amazing. We can now armor up, guys. Armor up cuts the physical damage received by half. Sometimes a bit more than half, based on some multipliers. I don't need to check for weapons, there's no new weapon for a long time. There's a new armor for Ferris, and... yeah. Don't shoot my rabbi, that's mean. You'll romp your pistol again, like you did last time. Hey. I was going to buy 10 of each of those things. Probably don't even care about eye drops. Lucky mallet. Soft might actually be interesting later on. Tents? I actually probably need a few more tents along the way. Rabbits don't take hot tea? No, they wait until it's cold. Like a normal person would. should be T2, I guess. Delicious fruit, that better be a comma. I actually like that, I should put that there too. There are so many things I should add, I just never get around to do it. Actually guys, I could have added food to the box while we were grinding and stuff. That would have been the perfect opportunity. No one thought of it back then though. Why would you trap a Trapite? Why would you trap a rabbit with yourself in the food box? It could go wrong for you. Because he considers you food because you're in the food box, actually. This game has so much good music. A Trapite. Yep. I'm not even sure why I'm picking up those chests. I don't think there's anything worthwhile anytime soon that I can pick up. But at the same time, I want to know what's in those chests. I have no clue anymore. So you can level up your gun. You don't have the necessary orbs to do so. I'm pretty sure Watts would just make a gun sword out of it instead that doesn't fire any bullets anymore. While running Ifrit and Biblos out of MP. You don't run Ifrit out of MP actually.